the live stream over on YouTube, you can always go over there and watch the recordings. If there's something you missed, it's also a pretty good place to go back and take a look at anything that you might have missed during the lesson. And let's go ahead and get that link so that everybody can take a look. Okay, it's going on over here. Let me copy the link. And here you go. All right, so let's go ahead and start the lesson. So everybody, this is HackerFrogs After School, Digital Forensics. We're doing Wireshark Part 2. So last class, we took a look at the Wireshark program and how we can use it to take a look at network internet traffic. So we're going to be practicing a little bit more with this program today, and we're going to be figuring out how to use the program. So if you don't already have an account over at tryhackme.com, let me go ahead and get the link to sign up for that. And it should be over here. I'm going to copy that link, and everybody can take a look and sign up here if you need to. Okay. So welcome to HackerFrogs After School. Hey there, HackerFrogs. This is the 4th Intro to Digital Forensics workshop. And in the previous workshop, we learned about the following digital forensics concepts. So what did we learn about? We learned about network traffic. Anytime a network device sends data from one device to another, network traffic is generated as the network packets are sent back and forth between the devices. So we learned a little bit about PCAP files. Files which contain a collection of network traffic are called packet capture or PCAP files, and one specialty of digital forensics is the analysis of network traffic in PCAP files. We learned about Wireshark. Wireshark is a program which is widely used for network traffic analysis, and we're going to be using it to analyze some PCAP files. And in this workshop, we're going to be talking about some Wireshark practice. So we're going to be practicing using this program to take a look at the PCAP files. And we're also going to be covering this Try Hack Me room called Carnage. So this room is all about learning about Wireshark. And let's talk a little bit more about it by going over to the room. So if you're logged into Try Hack Me, then you can go ahead and go directly to this link over here. And let's go ahead and take a look at the link ourselves. All right, so this is the Carnage room. You want to be logged into PicoCTF and then navigate over to the link. And afterwards, you're going to see this room right here. It's called Carnage. It's got this little ninja icon. And you're going to see this, this little banner over here that says, to access the material and start the machines and answer questions, you need to join the room. And there's this little green Join Room button. So everybody, if you manage to log into Try Hack Me and then access this Carnage room over here, please let us know in the chat by typing in, I'm ready to Carnage, smiley face. Okay, good to see. You got some people who are ready to Carnage. Great. Okay. As usual, if you're having any problems, then if you're having any problems accessing the website or the page, then let us know in the chat, and then we'll try to help you out as best we can. Ronan on Twitch is also ready to Carnage. That's great. That's great. Great to see you here, Ronan. Okay, so to begin using the room, all you need to do is to click on the green Join Room button. So it's going to be on the right-hand side over here, and it's just below the icon over here. Click on Join Room, and then you're going to see all this stuff appear. So you're going to see a little graph chart, and you just want to scroll down past that, and then you want to come across this Task 1 header over here. So Task 1 is called Scenario. What we want to do here is we want to start the virtual machine that's associated with this room. So when you click on the Start Machine button, it's going to load up a virtual machine that you can use to access the material in this room. So go ahead and click on the green Start Machine button. And then after you do that, you're going to see that the web page splits into two window panes. So on the left hand side, there's going to be the Try Hack Me webpage. And on the right hand side, it's going to say your machine is initializing, and there's going to be a little loading bar. Okay, so if you, let's see, Aaron, hello, nice to see you here on Twitch. Welcome, welcome. And if you can see the, if your stuff is loading, then go ahead and type in the chat, the box is loading, smiley face. Because I want everybody to be on the same page and be at the same place. The box is loading, great. Thank you very much for letting us know. Okay, so it's going to take about another minute or so before the attack box. They say this is an attack box. It's not necessarily an attack box. It's just a Linux machine that we're going to be using Wireshark with. But it's pretty cool that we are able to use these machines on Try Hack Me. User A says, once the box is done loading, we open it up in a separate tab. Yeah, we're going to be opening up on a separate tab after the machine is finished loading. But you're completely ahead of the game. That's great. Okay, so it looks like, wow, it looks like it finished loading pretty quick, but it still says it's loading over here. That's interesting. Okay, so everybody, please let me know when you see that the attack box, or the box is loaded, and you see this Try Hack Me desktop over here. Let us know by typing in the chat, I see the desktop, like that. Okay, people are loading up their machines. Okay, that's great, that's great. So some people are still loading, that's fine, no problem. We've got a bit of time today to take things slow where we can. All right, so let me go ahead and show everybody how to put your virtual machine over here in full screen. So to put it in full screen, you just need to go to the center of the screen. So after your box is finished loading, put your mouse in the middle of the screen and then move down to the bottom of the screen. So once you're at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see this button over here. It looks like two arrows pointing away from each other, and it's called it's labeled View in Full Screen. Go ahead and click on that button. And Entropic Universe says, hello everybody, hello Entropic Universe, nice to see you here on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. We're just doing a little lesson right now. We're talking about digital forensics, and we're learning about Wireshark. And if you want to take a look at this room yourself, then this is the link for the Try Hack Me room over here. Okay, so after you click on the View in Full Screen button, you're going to see that the desktop now fills up the entire screen. This is exactly what we want. Okay, so Slyborg in Twitch says THM today. Yep, we're doing THM today. Okay, so wow, thank you very much for subscribing a gifted sub to Entropic Universe on Twitch. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, AA Rune. Okay. All right, so everybody, once you have the full screen for your Try Hack Me desktop, let us know by typing full screen in the chat. And if you're having trouble, let us know, and we'll try to help you out. I can actually demonstrate this one more time. So I'm just going to close this out, and then I'm going to go over back to the Try Hack Me page. So go to the middle of the page, then go down to the bottom, and then click on this button at the bottom in the middle that's labeled View in Full Screen. Okay, we've got some people that are full screen now. Great, 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 great. Okay. Arun is giving us the button demo. That's great. Okay, so what do we do from here? So after we've put the machine in full screen, we don't need this split view anymore. What we can do is we can go down the bottom of the screen, and then we can click on this button over here. It's located 1, 2, 3 buttons over, and it's called Exit Split View. So when you do that, you're going to get your full screen TryHackMe page again. And we're going to scroll down a little bit until we get to task number 2. So task number 1 has a little button that you can press that's called complete. You can go ahead and press on that. And then afterwards, you can click into the task 2 header over here. And then these are going to be the questions that the questions we're going to be answering today. So the first thing we need to do is we need to load up Wireshark. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to go over to our TryHackMe machine over here, and then we're going to click on this folder. So we can double click on the folder on the desktop. It's called Analysis. So just double click on the folder, and then inside the Analysis folder, there's this file over here called carnage.pcap. So this is the packet capture file that we're going to be looking at today inside of Wireshark. So double click on the analysis folder, and then afterwards double click on the carnage.pcap file. So when you do that, you're going to see Wireshark load up over here. And after Wireshark is finished loading up, we want to make this Wireshark interface nice and big. And the way we do that is we click on this button, which is going to maximize the window. So this one is the minimize button, this one's the maximize button, and this one is the close window button. So we're going to click on maximize, and that's going to make the interface nice and big. So after we do that, we're going to make all the text nice and big too, because the text is a little bit small, and we want to be able to read it easily. So we can go over to File, and we're going to go over to the Edit button over here, and then we're going to click on Preferences. So after we open up the preferences, we're going to see font and colors over here in the menu, and we're going to make this nice and big, and we're going to make it. Let's try making it 16-point font. So I'm just going to change the size of the font over to 16. Actually, let's make it 18-point font. Okay, and then we're going to click on Select. So if you think that the font is okay and you can read it, you don't need to change the size of the font. It's just that I'm going to make the font nice and big so that everybody can read it. So everybody, if you can read the font, if you can read the text in the windows over here, let us know. And let's see. User A says, what is the Wireshark link? Okay, let me point it out to you again. So what we want to do after we get into our TryHackMe machine is that we want to click on the analysis button. Sorry, this is the analysis folder. We can double click on that. And then after that's done, we're going to double click on the carnage.pcap file. And that's going to open up Wireshark. Okay, so we see some chat in YouTube. Assassin's Code says, hey, hello, nice to see you here. And Zost the Goated says, working on Wireshark without the profiles, I spend a bunch of time customizing. It's weird. Unfortunately, we're all kind of like working on the same stuff. Of course, if you're working on your personal Wireshark installation, then it's going to be nice and customized for you. But yeah, we're going to be using the default Wireshark here. Okay, so if you're having trouble still, then let us know, and then we'll try to help you out. But otherwise, let's go ahead and go back to Wireshark over here. If your Wireshark is open and you've got all these packets over here in this list, let us know in the chat by typing in "I see the list" in Wireshark. Smiley face. Okay, user A says, we'll log out. We can't access the Wireshark. We're on the task 2 page. Okay. Let me try to figure this out. So when you click on task 1, So user A, when you click on task 1, is the start machine button green or is the start machine button gray? Let us know what color the start machine button is when you click on the task on task number 1. It's green. Okay, so you need to start the machine. So you can start the machine by clicking on the start machine button, and then it's going to take a couple of minutes to load up the machine. So if you click on the start machine button and then you see the screen split into two, and you see a loading bar that says that the machine is loading, let us know. Okay, it's loading now. Great, great. Okay, so after it's finished loading, leave another message, and I'll help you get to where everybody else is. Okay. Let's see. Assassin's Code. What do you think of doing CTF? Is it the best way for learning cybersecurity and pen test? I think CTFs are a great way to learn about cybersecurity and pen testing stuff. If you stick around for another hour or so, we're going to be talking about some different cybersecurity platforms where we can do CTFs and the advantages and the disadvantages of them. So stick around. Okay, so like I said, user A, let us know when the machine is finished loading, and we'll help you out after that. All right, so for everybody else, we're going to start answering some of the questions on the Try Hack Me page. So this is Wireshark. This is actually a little bit different because the layout is a little bit different than we were looking at last time. So the last time we looked at it, there are 3 windows that we're going to be interacting with in Wireshark. So the first one is the list view, and this is the list view over here at the top. So in the middle is the details view. So this is the packet details view, and last time this was in the lower left corner, and this third view, the packet bytes view, this was at the lower right corner. But in this instance, they're all stacked on top of each other. Okay, so user A says that they're all finished loading. Oh, Assassin's Coded is just subscribed. Thank you very much for subscribing on YouTube, Assassin's Coded. Okay, so let me show user A how to make their machine in full screen. So to get the machine in full screen, you just need to go to the middle of your page and then go down and then click on this button labeled View in Full Screen. So after you do that, the machine should load in full screen for you. Slyborg is cheered 100 bits. Thank you very much for the cheer, Slyborg. And you can go ahead and load up this room yourself if you want to. The room is called Carnage, and it's good for learning about Wireshark stuff. Okay, so after you do that, this is what you do. You double-click on the analysis folder on the desktop, and then you double-click on the carnage.pcap file inside the analysis folder, and then the Wireshark will load up for you. So let's go ahead and figure out what questions we need to answer today. Actually, we've got it over here. So the first question that we're going to be answering today is, what was the date and time for the first HTTP connection to the malicious IP? And let's see, Assassin's Coded says, how do you make that your Kali Linux is not lagging when you're using your VM? You need to give your Kali Linux VM more resources. It's basically in your settings. You can give the Kali VM more CPUs, and you can give it more memory, and that's going to make your Kali Linux more responsive. Okay, so the question we're answering first is, what is the date and time for the first HTTP connection to the malicious IP? So we're going to be investigating some sort of shenanigans happening inside of Spacier Button. Thank you very much for subscribing on Twitch. Sorry, for following on Twitch. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be taking a look at the very first packet, for the very first HTTP packet in this packet capture. How are we gonna do that? So what we're gonna do is, inside of Wireshark, we're gonna go up to the display filter. And remember, the display filter can filter out a bunch of different packets. And what we want to do is we want to filter for HTTP packets. So we just go up to the display filter up here, we click into it, we type in HTTP, and then hit enter. So after that, the only packets that are going to appear in the list are going to be the HTTP packets. And remember, HTTP packets are basically web pages or web page packets. And what we're going to do is we're going to click on time over here because the question asks us to get the very first packet. So click on the time column, and you're going to see this little arrow that points down. That means that we are doing what we want to do. After that, we're going to scroll up to the top of the list, and then we're going to click on the first packet. After we do that, we can click on this button, this row over here, the frame row. So you can go ahead and double click on the frame row here, double click, and then you're going to see all the information about the frame. And let's see, Zos Goatherd says, I would go a bit higher with the RAM, especially if you're using GUI software like browsers, etc. Yeah, you want to give your Kali Linux VM as much resources as you can. That's going to make it a much better experience. Okay, so we've got our arrival time. So arrival time is going to be when we got the packet. So how do we copy this over? We're going to right click, and then we're going to select copy value. So that's going to copy the value of the arrival time. And after we do that, we're going to go over to the Try Hack Me page. We can close out the split view here, and we can go over to task 2 and answer that question. So the question asks, what was the date and time for the first HTTP connection for the malicious IP? But they want it in a very specific format. That's okay, because we can start editing after we paste in our answer. So click into the field and paste. Okay, so we're going to get rid of everything except for these numbers. So 16, 44, 38, and we need to format the date like this. So the year is going to go in front, and we remember that this is September 24th. So September is 09, and the day is going to be 24. So it's going to be 2021 09 24, and this is going to be the answer. So click on submit, and we get the question right. So if you don't want to format this yourself and you just want the answer yourself, then you can go ahead and copy it from the chat. And let's move on to the next question. If you manage to answer that question correctly, type in the chat Q1 done. And if at any time you don't understand what's going on with what we're doing inside of the program, let us know and we'll try to explain what is going on. So we're going to answer the next question now. So the next question that we need to answer is, what is the name of the zip file that was downloaded? So in this particular packet, it refers to a zip file that, that was downloaded by the user. And inside of Wireshark, we can actually see all of the files that were downloaded inside of the packet capture. So we can use the Export Objects option in Wireshark to look for the files downloaded in the PCAP file, and most files are downloaded using the HTTP protocol. You can download files using a bunch of different methods, not just HTTP, which is web pages, but most of the time it's going to be using HTTP. Let's demonstrate how to do this. So we're going to go over to our Wireshark, and then after that, we're going to go over to File. So File, and then we're going to click on Export Objects. So it's going to be File, and then Export Objects, and then HTTP. So after that, just click on that, and then you're going to see all the files that were downloaded inside of the packet capture. And we're looking for a zip file. So we actually see the zip file over here. So they got the file name column with all the files that were downloaded in the packet capture. So we can click on documents.zip here, and this is the answer. This is the answer for the question, documents.zip. So we can go back to TryHackMe, and it asks you what is the name of the zip file that is downloaded. So just type in documents.zip and then click on submit. Okay, if you managed to successfully answer that one, type in chat Q2 done. Q2 done. Okay, and what is the third question? So the third question is, what was the domain hosting the malicious zip file? So when we talk about domains, we're just talking about which website that the file was downloaded from. So, for example, examples of domains could be like google.com or facebook.com or what else is really popular? Twitter.com, whatever. But the way we're going to get the domain in this case is when you click on a particular file in the Wireshark object export list, it's going to select the associated packet in the packet list view. But another thing is that in the HTTP object list, you can also see the host name, which is the domain. So Volcano is ahead of the curve. They've already got question 3 done. So let's go ahead and go over here. And inside the HTTP object list, we can scroll over to the left, and we're going to see the host name over here. So this should be packet 12173, and the host name is going to be attirenepal.com. Attirenepal.com. So we're just going to supply this as the answer for the next question. So over here, and let's see, Katie Good says, good afternoon. Is this your particular set of lessons with TryHackMe, or is this just their Wireshark section that you're teaching us? So I tried to find some free materials on TryHackMe that cover Wireshark, and this is what I found. It's not bad. It's not bad, and it's definitely a place where you can practice using Wireshark. So what is the domain hosting the malicious zip file? So it's going to be attirenepal.com, and we can go ahead and submit that as the answer. So if you're looking for the spelling of that particular domain, there it is. And if you're finished with question 3, then please type in Q3 done in the chat. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. Okay. So question 4 is this. Without downloading the file, what is the name of the file in the zip file? So this is something that is common to all the zip files. The zip files are going to include a list of all the files that are inside of the zip file. And how do we see this? So for zip files, the names of the files inside them are included in the file contents and can be viewed through the packet bytes view in Wireshark. So this one's going to be a little bit trickier, and let's go over how to do that. So we're going to go over to Wireshark, and wow, Volcano Jr. is really quick. He's already got question 4 done. Okay, so this is what we do. We're going to get out of the HTTP object list, and then we're going to scroll down to the bottom over here. So we already have this packet selected. What we're going to do is we're going to go over to the packet bytes list, bytes view, and we're going to scroll all the way to the bottom. So we can go ahead and grab the bar and then click on it and drag all the way to the bottom. We're going to see a file name over here. So the file name is called chart something something .xls. So this is a spreadsheet file, I think. What we can do to copy this over, we're just going to right click on it inside the bytes view, and we're going to select copy bytes as hex and ASCII dump, and we're going to click on as printable text over here. After we do that, we're going to minimize the Wireshark window because we're going to be using another program for just a bit. After that, we're going to go to our analysis window here, and we're going to create a little file. So we're going to right click on the window, and we're going to create a document That's an empty file. After that, click on Create. User 3 says, how do you get to the bytes view? So in Wireshark, the window at the bottom is the bytes view. So the window at the top, this is the list view. In the middle here, this is the packet's detail view, and at the bottom, this one is the packet's bytes view. Hope that answers your question. Okay, so let's go ahead. So we created our empty file over here. We're going to open up the empty file, and then in the empty file, we're going to paste in what we just copied from Wireshark. So right-click paste. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff that you can't read, but at the very end of all this stuff is this this file name right here. So it's chart something something.xls. So you can highlight it and then select copy. And I'll just copy this over to everybody in chat so they don't need to to do all this stuff. Anyways, let's go ahead and answer the question. So we're going to go back to Try Hack Me, and it says, without downloading the file, what is the name of the file in the zip file? We can go ahead and paste in this file name and then click on Submit, and that should be done. So if you're having troubles with this question, let us know, and we'll try to help you out. So what question is this? 1, 2, 3, 4. If you're finished, please type Q4 done in the chat. Q4 done. Okay, so let's move on to the next question. So the next question is, what is the name of the web server of the malicious IP from which the zip file was downloaded? So we're taking a look at the same packet right now, and we can find this information inside of the HTTP headers. And this is how we're going to take a look at the headers. We can go back to Wireshark. Let's see, click back into Wireshark, and we're taking a look at the same packet. So we can double click on the frame again, and then we're going to see all of the different sections. So the section we want to look at is going to be in the hypertext transfer protocol. So this is the HTTP information. We're going to double click on it, and then we're going to scroll down. We're going to see all of the different HTTP headers, or the HTTP information that was sent in this packet. And what we're looking for is the name of the server software. So the name of the server software that's being run on the website that we accessed, in this case, it's going to be this one. It's going to be this one over here, server, and the server software is called Lightspeed. So if you're wondering what the /r/n means, the /r is a carriage return, and the /n is going to be the new line. So it's basically like a new line. This is just what the new line looks like without the actual new line there. And how are we going to copy this? So just like all the other stuff that we've been doing, we're going to right click on it, and then we're going to select copy value. And Volcano Jr. has question 5 done. Thank you very much for being speedy. So copy value, and then going over to Try Hack Me and answering the question in number 5. What is the name of the web server from the malicious IP from which the zip file was downloaded? Click into it, paste in your answer, and then click on Submit. Okay, done. Great. So if you answered that, then type in the chat Q5 done. Okay, let's move on. So this is the last regular question we're going to be answering, and then afterwards we're going to be answering some custom questions that I came up with. Okay, so the next question is this one over here. Ronan says, right-click and follow HTTP stream makes it easy to copy. Right-click and follow HTTP stream. So we'll take a look at that in just a second, Ronan. Thank you very much for bringing that up. Okay, so the next question is, what is the version of the web server from the previous question? Okay. So we're looking at the software version number for this question. So you can go ahead and take a look inside the HTTP, the Hypertext Protocol section in the packet view, and the answer is going to be X powered by. So X powered by tells you the version number of the server that's running the software or running the website. Let's go ahead and go back to Wireshark, and we're going to scroll up a little bit. So we're going to scroll up to the top. It's right after HTTP 1.1200 OK, and this is the header over here, X powered by. So as usual, we can right click on it, and then we can do copy value. Let's see. What is question 5? I can halfway see it. Question 5. I think we already did question 5. Are you talking about question 6? This is question 6. Okay, so we just copied the value, and what we're going to do is we're going to go back to try Acme again. And what is the version of the web server from the previous question? We can click into it, and we can paste in our answer that we got. And we're only interested in taking a look at this part right here. So we don't need X powered by. We just need PHP / 7.234. Go ahead and submit that, and that is the answer. What is the one above it? So the one above it is, what is the name of the web server of the malicious IP from which the zip file was downloaded? So we're all looking at the same packet for all of these questions here. And this is the software that is being used. It's called Lightspeed Server. Okay, so we've got some ads running on Twitch. We also run them on YouTube. We're going to be taking a little 1-minute break for the advertisements on Twitch and YouTube to run past. And in the meantime, let's watch some birds. So I'll start with my favorite bird video. And while the bird video runs, I'm just going to take a little water break. And you're free to have a little water break or have a little stretch break too. So these are the baby birds. These are little baby stellar jays. We'll be back in about a minute. I just need to have a little water break. See you in about a minute. So this is footage that I took a couple of years ago, and in the summer when it was really really hot. And this is when the baby stellar jays come out. I love these birds, and it's really fun watching them splash around in the water. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's continue on with the lesson. Okay, so the answer is Lightspeed. I think it was Volcano Jr. Who was asking about that. So let me just copy it one more time in the chat. Oh, and for question 6. So for question 6, this is the answer over here. Copy number 6 into chat. Okay, here you go. Here you go. They almost look like scrub jays. They're very closely related to scrub jays in Tropic Universe. They're slightly different. But they're related. They're definitely related. What is the link again? The link for this room? The link for this room is this one over here. And if you want to take a look at the guide for today's challenges, then you can go ahead and find it over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and answer a couple of questions before we a couple more questions before we wrap up today's lesson. Okay. So the next question is, We're going to be moving away from the official questions because the questions got a little bit more difficult after this point. So I'm just going to have us answer some questions that I made up. And in this case, we're going to be talking about how do we do this? How do we get this information? How many HTTP packets were sent from the source IP 10.9.23.201? So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be isolating these packets over here by HTTP packets and by the source IP 10.9.23.102. So this is how we're going to do it. So we've got this is the magic command that we're going to be using, and I'll just leave it in the chat so you can take a look. And we're going to go back to Wireshark. And remember, anytime we've got our filter applied right now. So the filter is applied. You can tell that the filter is applied because the bar over here for the filter, for the display filter, is green. What we can do is we can release this. So the way we release the filter is we go all the way to the right side of the screen, and there's this X button over here. So we can click on the X button, and that's going to release the filter. And after we do that, it's going to show all of the packets again. So if we want to get only the HTTP packets for 10.9.203.120.102, this is what we do. We go over to the display filter and we type in HTTP and then space and then and or ampersand space and then IP.source IP.src underscore host, and then equals, and then the number that we want. The number we want is 10.9.23.102. So if you know how many packets were sent, then let us know in the chat. Dude, dude asks what do we type? Okay, so this is that's strange. That should have came back. Hold on. Let me test this one more time. So it should be HTTP and IP dot source underscore host equals 10.9.23.102. I might have typed it in incorrectly. Okay, no, this works. So this is the this is what we type in the. Here you go. So you can, well, I mean, if you want to shortcut it, you can just paste it in here as well. And can somebody tell me how many packets are here? So we see there are a bunch of packets here. They're all from the source IP address 10.9.23.102, but how many packets are there? So if you don't know, I'll tell you exactly how to get the answer. And to get the answer, what you do is you move down to the bottom of the screen, and at the bottom of the screen, you're going to see this, the number of packets over here, which is like 70,873, and how many packets are displayed. So displayed is the number of packets that came from this particular IP address. So this is this can be very useful when you're trying to isolate just all the packets that came from a particular computer or a particular device with an IP address like this. Okay, and oh, Ronan's got it, and Mr. Dieseldug has also got it. Thank you very much. Okay, so the last thing we're going to do is we're going to do some searching inside of all of the packets over here. So the first thing I want you to do is I want you to release the filter, and to release the filter, you go over to the filter bar, you go over to the right, and you click on the X, and that's going to release the filter, and you're going to see all of the different packets again. So you know that the filter is not in play when you see over here at the bottom number of packets over here and displayed, they're going to be the same number. Okay, so what's the last thing we're going to be learning about today? So the last thing we're learning about is this. So there's a malware website called Find Jewels in the packets. What is the full domain name? So we want to get the full domain name for this Find Jewels website that has malware on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the search. We're going to search inside the packets for a particular text string. And we can use the Control F option in Wireshark to search for text strings in the packet contents. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Dagger asks, let's see. I've been wondering for a while, do you work? So I'm trying to do education. Cybersecurity education is my job. I previously worked as a web app security tester, but I'm trying to make teaching cybersecurity my full-time job. So this is me doing that. Okay, let's go ahead and go over to Wireshark. So in Wireshark, what we're going to do is we're going to search for a pattern inside all the packets. So you can hit Control and F on your keyboard to open up the search. So the search looks like this. So this portion over here, this is the search bar. Let's see. Do you want to teach in college or did I get it wrong? So I want to teach online is where I want to teach. So let's see. We've got our display filter. We want to specify that we're looking for strings. So go ahead and click on display filter and then select the strings over here. So strings are just little bits of text. Click on string and we're looking for the Find Jewels website. So in the search field, click into it and then type Find Jewels and then hit enter. And you should be able to see something appear after that. Oh, sorry, you don't hit enter, you click on find. Okay, so after you click on find, then you're going to see this entry over here in this particular packet, and it's got a little address. So it's called findjewels.com.au. So AU is an Australian website, I think. But what can we do with this? We can right click and then we can copy as printable text. And then we're going to go over to our document. And in our document, we can go ahead and paste in this stuff as well. So let's see, paste. And we've got our domain over here. So Find Jewels, it should be findjewels.com.au, but yeah, this is what we got. So let's see, on YouTube, McGrowth says, can you upload this in the playlist? Yeah, I can definitely do that. Please expect to see it in the next couple days. It's not going to appear right away, but you can always just check out the VOD for these live streams to check out the HackerFrogs after school. So for the past 4 sessions over here in the live videos, it's been about the first hour or so of the content for each one of these live streams. And let's go ahead and do one more thing before we finish out today's lesson. Okay, so we're going to open Wireshark back up. And what we're going to do is we're going to download the file. So the file that we've been taking a look at is this zip file. We're going to download it. And this is how we do it. We're going to go over to File. So over here in the corner, File, and then we're going to export objects, and we're going to do HTTP. So after you do that, you're going to see the documents.zip file over here. Brandon Verez says, I like your streams. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. So go ahead and click on documents.zip, and then after that, you want to click on Save. So the Save button is going to be down here at the bottom corner, and then it's going to ask you where you want to save the file. You can go ahead and click on Save. It's going to save it to the analysis folder over here. Okay, so after you do that, we can minimize the Wireshark window over here. And then we're going to take a look at the analysis folder. So in the analysis folder, here's the documents.zip file, and we can double click on it to open it up. And we see that there's this this file inside, the chart.xls file. We can click and drag on the file, and we can drag it into the folder over here. And we see that we've extracted the file from the documents.zip file. So the only the only problem with this is that we can't actually open this file because this is a spreadsheet file, and we don't have the software to open this on this machine. That's unfortunate. So if we double click it, it'll say that we don't have the required application to open the file. Unless, if anybody in chat knows if there's a program in here that we can use to open this up, let us know. But unfortunately, I don't think we have an official program to open this up. But we did download the file, and that's what we wanted to do. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk a little bit about what we did today before we finish up today's lesson, okay? McGroth says, do you teach recon and bug bounty and how to find bugs and bypass Cloud4 or Akamai? Because now it becomes difficult or tricky. Cat to see some of it. Yeah, we could use the cat command to see some. We can actually use the strings command to take a look at some of the file as well. But let's go ahead and do our summary over here. So let's review the digital forensics concepts we learned in today's workshop. So we learned about a few different things we can do in Wireshark. So we learned about exporting files from Wireshark. We can use the export objects option in Wireshark to look for files downloaded in the PCAP file. And most of the files that are downloaded in these PCAP files are going to be downloaded using the HTTP protocol. And we can select which protocol the file that was downloaded with by selecting over here. So another thing we learned about today was about isolating the IP addresses. So we can apply more than one display filter at once by using the and symbol over here. This is a good way of isolating traffic coming from a specific IP address. We also learned about searching for strings inside of the packet contents. So we can use the search function in Wireshark to look for specific text strings in the packets, and then we can get some information that way. So let's go ahead and talk about what we're going to be doing in the next workshop. So this is it for network packet stuff, but in the next workshop, we're going to be learning a new topic about digital disk image forensics, and we're going to be using PicoCTF again. So if you don't have an account over at PicoCTF, then now's a good time to go ahead and make one. Let me go ahead and grab the link for that. So it's going to be picoctf.org. Katie Good says, maybe something from LibreOffice, since it's a Kali instance. So this isn't exactly, it's not exactly Kali. I think it feels a lot more like a Ubuntu machine. But let's see. So in the next workshop, we're going to be talking about digital disk forensics with PicoCTF. So what is digital disk forensics? It's basically dealing with disk images. Most of the time, we can think of these as something like hard drives, and taking a look at and getting information from hard drive files, basically an entire file system inside a single file. Okay, so for everybody on Twitch and YouTube, we're going to be taking a little break while I finish up my class over on Zoom. And so we're going to be a few minutes. We're going to take a little break. You're going to listen to some music, and after we come back, we're going to be talking about education platforms that we can learn cybersecurity stuff on. So please look forward to that. So please understand, we'll be back in a few minutes. Enjoy the music.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, everybody, we're back. All right, so we just finished up our HackerFrogs After School section of today's stream, and we're going to be moving on to some other topics. All right, so if you were following along with us, then thank you very much, and I hope you learned some stuff. Ronan was talking about how you could use the cat command on some of these files. So this is going to be the analysis in the desktop. So let's make this bigger. Maybe we can read some of this. So cd desktop. It's the analysis folder. And we got our chart.xls. So I think we can read some of the stuff in the fields by running the strings command. So strings chart something something. A lot of this isn't going to be super useful. I think we can also strings this and we can specify a specific length. So for example, eight length strings. So we got some references to test.txt, interesting. And I think there are a couple of these are kind of suspicious looking over here. They look like obfuscated domain names, and this is the type of thing you might do in a document if you're trying to hide the fact that something is going to be like a domain name. But anyways, let's go ahead and finish out this portion of the stream. Okay, we can get out of TryHackMe. And let's go ahead and terminate our machine. Okay, so we've got some other stuff going on today, and what we're going to do is there are 3 other things that we're going to be doing today. So the first thing we're going to be doing is we're going to be talking about cybersecurity education platforms. So we all use cybersecurity education platforms to learn about cybersecurity and like hacking and different topics. We're going to be creating a little document over here, and if you want to take a look at this document yourself, then this is the link. So we're going to be talking about all of these cybersecurity education platforms, and we're going to be filling out some questions over here. So where is the thing located? Is it free or paid? What topics are covered? Who's the target audience? Is it user friendly? And we're going to be this is basically all of the different cybersecurity education websites that I had in my password manager list. I've got a lot of them, and you might recognize some of them. Some of them maybe not. We're going to try to get through as many as we can inside an hour, but at the same time, there are a lot of these things here. So that's going to be going on for the next hour or so, and then I need to finish up my series on Baba Is You. So we're going to be talking a little bit about Baba Is You and playing a bit of that game. We got about 6 or 7 levels to work through, and then I hope that it's a very interesting puzzle game, and I hope you find it interesting. If you don't, I understand, because you're here for cybersecurity education stuff, not necessarily for gaming. But yeah. And then after that, we're going to be doing some challenges over at EchoCTF Red. So EchoCTF.Red is another cybersecurity education platform. I think I included in my list. It's actually a pretty cool website. It's another one of these websites where you have to VPN into their network, and then you can access their challenges after you're connected via the VPN key. So that's going to be a couple hours from now. So let's go ahead and start our talk on hacker media and its cybersecurity education platforms. Okay, so let's go ahead and talk about this. So cybersecurity education platforms, we all use them, we all love them. We're trying to figure out which ones are good, and well, okay, we're trying to figure out which ones are good for us and which ones are not. So I'm just going to be editing this document over here. And maybe I can play some different music while we're doing this. How about we play some moody space music? I love me some moody space music, you know? Here you go. Okay. So the first education platform we're going to be talking about is this one, and it's going to be TryHackMe. So TryHackMe is very popular. We were just using it we're just using it now, and let's talk a little bit more about this. So the URL for TryHackMe is going to be https://tryhackme.com. It's a very, very popular platform for cybersecurity education. There's the link. Is it free or is it paid? So this is it's a paid platform with a lot of free materials. So this is what I like about TryHackMe. The fact that there's a lot of stuff that you can get for free on TryHackMe, but there's also a lot of good stuff that is subscriber only. But they do have a lot of stuff that we can use for free, including their virtual machines that they can use for just in case you don't have access to a cybersecurity distribution of Linux like Kali Linux. They let you use their machines, which is very, very nice for people who are just starting out. So cybersecurity topics covered. So this is the stuff on TryHackMe is basically anything and everything. So you're going to see stuff like you're going to see web app hacking, you're going to see network hacking, you're going to see cryptography, you're going to see reverse engineering, you're going to see binary hacking, you're going to see blue team topics or defensive blue team topics. So basically everything. Are there any major categories? So you're going to see the digital forensic stuff as well. So this is all stuff that we can access on the site, and the target audience is they gear themselves towards beginner friendly, all the way to expert. So this is I guess we can call this all ages, quote unquote. Okay, and the user friendliness of the site. Sometimes it can be a little bit difficult to find stuff by search on TryHackMe. Anyways, we got ads running on Twitch, so when ads run on Twitch, we also run them on YouTube. And let's go ahead and play some birds. Let's go ahead and play this one with the woodpecker. Okay, we're just going to take a little water break while the ads run on Twitch on YouTube. We'll be back in about a minute. So this is a northern flicker woodpecker, and it's a male northern flicker woodpecker, and we know this because it's got its trademark red mustache. It is a very fun bird, and it's a very beautiful bird, and you see it almost everywhere in North America. But if you don't have these guys in your area, let us know. All right, let's go ahead and put the birds away and continue on with our little discussion on these cybersecurity platforms. So if you want to we'll take a quick look at TryHackMe. And if we go over to TryHackMe, psyched, says, I have arrived. I have arrived. Thank you. Thank you very much for letting us know. And what emote is that? That's a King Pepe frog. That's great. And welcome to the stream. Let's give you a Nyancat to announce your arrival. So over here, we'll just talk about how much stuff you can see over at TryHackMe if you have a free account. So I've got my free account over here. You can always go over to Learn, and then you can click on Search. So this is a little bit difficult to navigate. You have to click on Learn, and then you have to click on Search, and then you can search for whatever you want. And we're gonna look for free rooms. So we're going to search by subscription type free only. And let's go ahead and search web app stuff. So we got all these web app rooms over here. These are all little education modules. Neems says, "What's good? I'm late. No worries, no worries, no worries. We're here to we're here to have fun, and it's okay if you come on a little bit late." Entropic Universe says, "Hype, hype, great. TwitchCon hype, right? Yeah. Awesome emote. Okay, so if we want to look for binary stuff, we can also find a bunch of rooms here. So it's basically, you would have to be really, really picky about your education platforms not to use TryHackMe, because they've got so much stuff here for free already. Neems says, "Is this another class?" So we're just discussing different cybersecurity education platforms for the next hour or so. And a wizard is never late. Never. And if you have a favorite cybersecurity education platform that that you like to use, let us know in the chat, because there are a lot of them. We need to ban the spammer. There you go. Hack the Box, easy, of course. So Hack the Box is let's go ahead and cover that one next. So let's go ahead and finish. So user friendliness of TryHackMe is I'm going to say it is moderately user friendly. And let's go ahead and cover the next one. So the next one is going to be Hack the Box, because Hack the Box and TryHackMe are usually talked about in the same kind of conversations. And let's go ahead and make that one. So the next one we're talking about is Hack the Box, otherwise called HTB. And I guess we need to do the same thing for TryHackMe, which is called THM. So okay, so Hack the Box, it is, I think it's hackthebox.com now. It used to be hackthebox.eu. Psyched says, "Are we doing a tier list of some sort?" You know, doing a tier list is a little bit too controversial, so we're not gonna make a tier list. We're just gonna do a little discussion about. Let's see. I'm not logged in. Let me try logging in. Okay, so what is my login for TryHackMe? Just a second. Sorry, for Hack the Box. So let's see, we got our Hack the Box, theshyhat@gmail.com. So Neem says Hack the Box is kind of expensive. You got to pay for multiple rooms with the fake credits. We'll talk a little bit about that in a second as well. So these platforms all have their pros and cons. If you are already experienced in hacking and cybersecurity, then TryHackMe is probably going to be the go-to platform for you. Let's see. Let's go ahead and go over to Hack the Box Labs, because most people who do Hack the Box do Hack the Box Labs. Katie Good asks about, how about the ones we should all avoid? So I would say if you're an absolute beginner, you should probably avoid Hack the Box, because Hack the Box isn't the challenges on Hack the Box assume that you have a certain amount of proficiency in hacking and cybersecurity, and most of the time they're not very handholdy, but they have been getting better, because they do. Psych says, "It's why I find labs that are free, which don't force you to be stuck by some paywall." So here's the thing I will talk about when I talk about Hack the Box, because they do have a series of rooms that you can do for free, and it's the starting point over here. So Hack the Box starting point is a series of, I think it's like 12 rooms that you can access without paying. If you do pay, it's a beginner friendly, there's much more content if you pay for it. So I think this is a good little series of rooms. It's called Hack the Box Starting Point. So let me go ahead and get the link for that. There you go. But they do have a number of different challenges across all sorts of different categories. So they've got their Sherlocks, and the Sherlocks are basically their forensics and defensive oriented cybersecurity exercises over here. And let's see. So if we get them by active, we also have the retired ones. Psych says, that's true, but I'm more referring outside of Hack the Box, which you can gain the same knowledge for free, also learning from books out there, some free PDFs. Neem says, how does that work in similar to Try Hack Me? You pay to get access to everything? Yeah, I think the subscription over at Hack the Box is a little bit more expensive than the one over at Try Hack Me. I need to check. So let's take a look at the plans. So VIP and subscription, I think VIP subscription is going to be your basic paid one, and let's see how much it costs. Psych says, could be doing your own labs like Goad or with the Seam or something. You could. So you're paying for convenience, basically. Okay, so we got VIP, which is $11.25 a month. Oh, this is actually cheaper. This is cheaper than Hack the Box. That's interesting. But the Premium Plus is, what do you get? You get a personal machine instances, okay, and you get unlimited Pwn Box. You probably want to get the VIP Plus if you're paying for Hack the Box, because it gets you personal machine instances, which means you don't have to share machines with a bunch of other people, and you can also use their attacker machine in case you don't have access to your own Kali Linux VM or some other cybersecurity VM. But yeah, so let's do our little write-up on Hack the Box over here. So this is Hack the Box. Is it free or is it paid? It is paid service with free boxes and challenges. Psyched asks, can I share a GitHub? Yeah, you can go ahead and share a GitHub. I think there are a few GitHubs out there that talk about all the different cybersecurity resources out there as well. So awesome cyber skills list. Oh, okay. Yeah. This is probably a good list to take a look at as well. Let's see. Neem says, I saw something like $250. What was I looking at then? You were probably looking at a certification. There are certifications over at Hack the Box as well. Try Hack Me also has certifications, and let's take a quick look over there. So we got Hack the Box. I think. Let's see if I can. Where do I find it from here? So we can go over to. I think it's part of Academy. So Hack the Box Academy is another part of Hack the Box, where this is more about education. But what I don't like about Hack the Box Academy is that Hack the Box Academy uses this cube system, where you basically use real money to buy these cubes, which you use to purchase courses, and it's kind of janky. But let's see. They also have exams and modules. They've got exams over here. These are basically certificates that you can buy, such as Hack the Box Certified Pen Testing Specialist, CPTS, and so Certified Bug Bounty Hunter. You got Defensive Security Analyst, etc., etc. So if we take a look at, so this is probably the most popular one over here, the CPTS. And I've heard that the materials covered in this course are it's more extensive than the OSCP exam, or the OSCP course rather. So let's take a look at this information here, if it would respond. Site says, Honestly, the cubes aren't worth it. Just get the bundle. Yeah, if you can buy like a monthly bundle or a student bundle, that's probably the better way to do it. But this doesn't want to respond. That's kind of unfortunate. But there are a lot of good materials over at Hack the Box Academy. I've done a couple of these. So I've done stuff like, what have I done? I've done the tier 0 modules, and if you want to get your money's worth, and by money's worth I mean if you want to do stuff for free over at Hack the Box Academy, you want to take a look at these tier 0 modules like Linux fundamentals and file transfers, stack-based overflows, and these are all very good. They're pretty good, except interacting with the virtual machines are sometimes a little bit tricky, but these are all very good courses. And these tier 0 courses are basically free because you get refunded a number of these cubes or whatever when you finish them, when you finish the course. So let's talk a little bit about this. Neem says, I wanted to share a room on OffSec that's free. I've been struggling on this. Have you covered OffSec already? No, we haven't covered OffSec yet, but which part of OffSec are you talking about? Are you talking about... let us know. Let us know which one you're talking about. Okay, so cybersecurity topics covered. Let's just say anything and everything. So it's basically everything is covered. The target audience is going to be... let's see, intermediate experience and up. Yeah, okay. OffSec machines. Oh, are you talking about... You're talking about the, oh gosh, what is it called again? It's called the Proving Ground, right? So user-friendliness... What is the user-friendliest? Well, the service assumes you can do stuff like, what is it? Do stuff like VPN into their private network and use your own machine for challenges. So I guess it's not the most user-friendly, but I guess another thing we should talk about is paid services free, boxes and challenges. Another thing we should talk about is a few good modules on the Academy site on Hack the Box. Okay, so Neems is asking about offsec.com. I don't know if I have an account. Well, I've been having a hard time finding my account over there. But let's take a look. So this is probably going to ask me to log in. No? Does it ask me to log in? Okay. So this is a lab. Huh. Is this free? Is this a free lab or is it not a free lab? Neems, let me know. So let's see. Utilize enumeration, web enumeration, FTP enumeration to identify vulnerabilities. So this is basically talking about CTF box. It doesn't look like it's free because it's got a little button that says buy. But maybe we'll know better if I sign in. Let's see if I can remember what my account is over here. So OffSec, it's been a while. So let's see. So ShyHat, and this is my password. Okay, it says that's not my password. Let me see if this is the password. Nope. Huh. I guess I'm not gonna I'm not gonna take a look because I let me see if I can. Let's see. Email is gonna be theshyhat@gmail.com. Okay, I'm logged in now. Okay, let's see if we can take a look at that machine. So the machine was this one. Let me copy it again. Neems says, it's for me it's free, I never bought it, but at the same time my mentor gave it to me at the time. Not sure if he can gift labs to other people or something. Maybe. So it says save continue. Save continue? I mean, can we continue? Maybe this is free. So it says you learn about password attacks. Sure. This is probably, yeah, it looks like we can use it for free. So it looks like we're using FTP to compromise a server. Oh, interesting. So it just puts you inside of a Kali Linux machine. Let's see what this looks like. But anyways, in the meantime, let me go ahead and finish editing over here for Hack the Box. So let's see, a few good modules on the Academy site on Hack the Box. Let's talk a little bit about, let's do another platform. So the next platform we'll talk about is, we'll talk about PicoCTF because it's one that I use a lot. So the next one is going to be PicoCTF. And may I share another resource as psyched? Oh yeah. I mean, what are we sharing? Okay, so over at OffSec, what happened? Is this it? Okay, so let's see, Funbox Rookie, preparing your Kali Linux. Only these domains are accessible through... Okay, so we've got... Wow, this is a bit laggy, but it's fine. Are we supposed to open up a terminal here? It's pretty cool that they've got this web-based version of Kali Linux here that we can use. Can we make this bigger? Okay, so let's take a look at what networks we're on. So we're on the ETH0 network, and are we told where the IP address of the challenge is? Okay, so this is the IP address. Let's copy this. So let's try pinging this machine. Oh. Looks like paste clipboard. Okay. So we can access the machine, that's great. And I guess if we can access the machine, we can probably do an nmap scan. Okay, we got FTP, SSH, and HTTP. It's definitely it's probably a Linux machine. But yeah, thanks for letting me know about this. So what did you want to know about this machine? It looks like a good machine. You can access it through for free, and you can use your web-based Kali Linux machine to attack it. That's good. Let's go ahead. Yeah, of course. Well, this is OffSec. OffSec are the makers of Kali Linux, so it has to be Kali Linux, since this is their parent company. But anyways, let's talk a little bit about PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is it's my favorite beginner-friendly cybersecurity platform, and everything here is free, and there's basically no way to pay for access. So you've got access to hundreds of different challenges, and you also have access to a Linux virtual machine that you can use to solve the challenges. So it is very, very nice. Of course, the PicoCTF events are geared towards like middle school students and high school students, but as far as as far as cybersecurity is concerned, you don't have to feel bad that you're doing exercises that are meant for school age students, because some of these are really difficult. It doesn't matter that they're geared for high school students. If you're a beginner, you're still going to have a hard time doing it. You can learn a lot of stuff. They also have a few different learning modules, so you can, let's see, what do they have? So they've got some resources, community page, some primers. They've got a few different articles and different little games and stuff you can play, and a bunch of different videos you can watch as well. So let's go ahead and rate PicoCTF. Well, we're not really rating it; we're just talking about it. So the URL is going to be https picoctf.org. So is it free or paid? This is a free platform, and the cybersecurity topics covered. It's not everything and everything, but it is all of your major topics. So the major topics are going to be like web app hacking and binary hacking, reverse engineering. They got digital forensics and cryptography. And I think I'm missing one or two. What am I missing? Linux operations, yeah, sure. And I don't know if they have programming or not. I could have sworn there was one more topic they have. Let me take a look at the website. So another thing about PicoCTF is you can very easily look up the challenges, and they've got. I guess I covered them all. Okay. All right. So who is the target audience? The target audience is beginners, but more advanced topics are available. I was missing cryptography. Well, I mean, I got it here. I got it here in the list here. User friendliness. So this is very user friendly, and includes a web-based VM for challenge solving. No worries, no worries. Okay, let's move on to the next platform. So, there's also Over the Wire. So Over the Wire is, well, I mean, people who are old school as far as cybersecurity topics are concerned, you probably know overthewire.org, because they host the Bandit game, and they host the Natus game, and a bunch of other games that are a lot less well known. And this. Sorry, it's not. Crypto's missing. It's not. Oh, anyways, it's no worries. Anyways, okay. So overthewire.org has a bunch of different war games. It's nice in that it's very well known and very well documented. It's a good place to learn about all sorts of Linux operation basics with the Bandit game, and web app hacking stuff with Natus over here. They also have, so some people, not for too many people know about their lesser known games like Krypton. Krypton is a cryptography based game, and games like games like Vortex and Autumno, these are binary hacking games over here as well. I'm pretty sure they've got some reverse engineering games here, but I'm not too sure which ones those are. But it's a very nice website, especially the fact that most of the games can be accessed through SSH. So those are some other good points as far as talking about this is concerned. So let's go ahead and write up the information on Over the Wire. Okay, so we might as well paste this in a couple times. So the platform name in this case is going to be overthewire.org. I guess we're just going to go it all over the wire, or OTW. OTW, the URL is overthewire.org. Is it free or is it paid? So this is a free platform. So it's another free platform that we can use to learn cybersecurity stuff. And the cybersecurity topics covered, these are going to be, so Linux hacking, there's going to be web app hacking, there is cryptography, and there is binary hacking. So there might be some other stuff. I think there's also some reverse engineering here. But don't quote me on that, because I'm not completely sure. So the target audience is going to be... We're going to say that the target audience is beginners for the most part. But the game difficulty, the game very quickly ramps up. And some topics anyways, the difficulty does ramp up. Let's see. So Brandon Verez says, are your videos video live saved on your page for re-review? Yeah, for sure, for sure. So we got our channel over here, the Shy Hat. We got our live streams all recorded over here. You can watch any of them that we've done. I think we've got something like 100 of them. We've got something like 100 different streams that we've done in the past. We've been streaming since last year, so we have quite a few of these. And I think we just finished. No, user friendliness. So as far as user friendliness is concerned, for Over the Wire, it is I'd say it's very user friendly. You do have to know how to log in with SSH. So it's not, it doesn't completely hold your hand, but it is not very easy. There's ads. Okay. When ads run, we also run them on YouTube. Let's go ahead and put on some greedy birds. Actually, wait. How about something that is not a bird? Here's a squirrel. And yeah, enjoy the squirrel. We'll be back in about a minute when all the ads are done. That's a squirrel. Why am I... Looks like my playlist ran out, so I'm gonna have to play some other moody music, some other moody space music. How about we play some cyberpunk stuff instead? Here you go, and enjoy. Okay, we're back now. Great. Okay, let's put the squirrels away. And let's talk about our next cybersecurity platform. So we're just talking about overthewire.org, and I guess I'll cover all the sick in the mind. Hello, nice to see you here. We're just talking about different cybersecurity platforms and how user-friendly they are, and what topics they cover, and all that other good stuff. So we're currently talking about. Let's talk about all the platforms that I like to use first. So another platform that I like to use is hackmyvm.eu, and that's going to be at https hackmyvm.eu. So if anybody hasn't taken a look at this, it looks like this. So one thing I will say about hackmyvm.eu is that their sessions are not very long. Every time you log in, after about an hour or so, it is going to log you out. So that's a little bit annoying. But hackmyvm.eu is a very nice little website where you can download virtual machines to do hacking. So this is Windows hacking and Linux hacking. They also have some challenges over here that cover a few different categories like OSINT, crypto, steganography, programming, reversing web, Docker, whatever. And they also have these HMV labs, which are very, very similar to the war games over overthewire.org. So I would say that this is probably a better experience because it's got much more to offer than overthewire.org. But that's not to say that you shouldn't use both, because these are both free platforms. And why not have more free platforms as opposed to less free platforms? Okay, so yeah, so they've got 3 different labs over here. There's one for basic Linux, there's one for Linux privilege escalation, and they've got one for programming too. So I'm actually thinking of doing this series of labs on the stream because it's fun to do little programming exercises to get what you want. For example, the first exercise here is you have to build a program that's going to receive a string. You basically have to you have to connect to a server and then retrieve a string and then send back that same string, and that's going to finish this challenge. So this is just the first level, and they actually give you a little Python script that you can use as a template, which is nice. But yeah, let's go ahead and talk about this in the document. So is this free or is this paid? So this is a free service. And what do they cover? So this is VMbox download challenges, and they've got web app hacking, they got network hacking, Windows hacking, Linux, and they've got what else? They've got cryptography, and they've got programming challenges. So it's pretty good. And the target audience is, I guess we could call this all ages. Katie Good asks, what programming language would you recommend above all for a beginner to learn when entering the InfoSec field? That's Python. It's Python hands down. So the very least you're going to be expected to do when you're doing most technical InfoSec jobs is you're going to be running some scripts to automate tasks. And occasionally you're also going to run some Python hacking scripts to automate the hacking of different vulnerable services. So definitely Python. Aside from Python, if you're going to be specializing in web app stuff, you probably want to teach yourself some PHP, some JavaScript, some HTML, some CSS, all that other good stuff. So the user friendliness of the site, it's relatively user friendly. Okay, all right. So that was hackmyvm.eu. I guess we can also talk about Vulnix as the next one because I use a lot of Vulnix as well. So if you're wondering what document I'm looking at, you can take a look at the raw document before we've edited anything over at the GitHub over here. This has got the platform list that I wrote down. I basically went through my password manager and I pulled out all of the different cybersecurity education platforms that I had accounts for, and it's like 30 different platforms over here. Okay, so the next one is going to be Vulnix. So Vulnix is the better version of VulnHub. So let's see, it's https vulnix.com, and let's just take a quick look at it. Globby Guy says, do you have a favorite? It's hard to have a favorite. There are several that are really, really good, so I just keep on using those ones. So I would say that my favorite beginner-friendly one is probably going to be PicoCTF. But aside from PicoCTF, I'd say that I use PicoCTF and TryHackMe the most. But a lot of them are very, very good. Volnix is a website that is a bit more limited as far as the topics that are covered are concerned, but it's a very nice website for. Oh, I should probably talk about dockerlabs.es as well. Anyways, so this is a site where you can download virtual machines to do your hacking against. So they got 129 VMs over here across a bunch of different difficulty levels. You download the VMs, you deploy them to your virtual machine network, and you do your hacking. I'd say that most of these machines are Linux machines because, well, it's just a bit more difficult to set up these Windows hacking challenges. And let's talk a little bit about it while we edit the entry over here. So is this free or is this paid? This is free, and the topics covered are VM download challenges. There's Windows, there's Linux, there's web app, it's web app hacking. It's mostly this stuff. I guess you could also we could also say that there's some Windows Active Directory. So Active Directory stuff. Who is the target audience? So the target audience over here is going to be intermediate and above. Because you do need to have the technical know-how to deploy virtual machines to your network and to actually create a virtual machine that you use for hacking yourself. So I guess user friendliness in this case would be moderately user friendly. Okay, so the next platform, Volnix. After Volnix, we got. I guess we could talk about the other platform we're going to be doing today, and the platform we're doing today is going to be EchoCTF. So EchoCTF Red. If you've never heard of this website, it's not super. I don't think it's super well known, but it is very, very nice. So once you've logged into EchoCTF, you're going to have a bunch of different targets that you need, a bunch of different challenges that you can access, and you access them by using a VPN key to access their private network. And after you've done that, you can access any of these challenges, and it's kind of similar to Hack the Box. Because Hack the Box also requires you to VPN into their network before you can access the challenges. The difference in this case is that it's a little less polished, I think. But if you were to access the challenges over here, they do tell you how many flags you're supposed to get for each one of these challenges. And it's a bit more of a competition where you're able to see the progress of different users. So that's nice. They also have challenges in different categories, but they don't have very many challenges in different categories here. Most of the time, when you're interacting with one of these, with one of the challenges on the network, you have to log in and access the stuff through their VPN network. The problem with the EchoCTF is that they don't have a lot of beginner-friendly exercises, but I mean, there's a target audience for each one of these platforms. So let's talk a little bit about this. So first of all, let's go ahead and make a new entry. Okay, so the platform name is EchoCTF, so also known as eCTF. and the URL is going to be echoctf.red. So it's for the most part, it's a free platform, but there are extra paid challenges. And let's see. Thank you very much for following Basamusman. Let me know how to pronounce that name. Thank you. And you know what? We haven't done one of these in a while. Let's do a Hack the Planet. Welcome to the stream, Basamusman.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Let's see. Basamusman. Oh, that sounds pretty political. That sounds pretty political. But thank you for letting us know about these world affairs stuff. We try not to be super. We try not to be political on this channel, but thank you for letting us know. Okay, so what are we doing over here? So echoctf. What topics did it cover? So it's mostly, I would say it's mostly Linux. It's mostly Linux hacking, and it's mostly web app hacking. I haven't seen anything that... They do have some limited number of challenges on other topics. But it's mostly just Linux hacking and web app hacking. So who's their target audience? Their target audience is intermediate and above. I wouldn't say it's super beginner friendly, because you do need to have a certain amount of experience in order to take advantage of these challenges. So the user friendliness is well, you need to know how to VPN into their network. You need to be able to deploy your own cybersecurity distribution of Linux or whatever OS you're using. You could use Windows as well, but I guess it's moderately user-friendly. Okay, I think we'll cover maybe another one before we have to finish out today. If anybody has a cybersecurity platform that you want me to take a look at, then you can go ahead and shout it out in chat, and we can take a minute or two to take a look at it. Hopefully not anything, paid only, because, you know, we're trying to cover stuff that's free because we are poor. Well, I am poor. You may or may not be poor. But we've also have our list over here. We got a bunch of stuff like, oh, the Wire, echoctf, Portswigger. I guess we should talk about Portswigger because it's another really big one. So Portswigger is portswigger.net. CTF365, does it still exist? Does it still exist? Let's see. Psych says I found something something that's free, but it's pretty complicated. Psych, let us know. Leave us a link in chat. So CTF365. Okay, so it's interesting. Let's take a look. So it looks like Kaspersky, awarded by Kaspersky, MIT, something something. Okay, so what is the platform? They don't have... Do they have clickable links? Who's this for? Sure, I don't... I don't know if this is still a thing anymore. So I see an Italian address. Let me check this one out in another browser, just to make sure it's okay. Extreme Red Lab. Extreme Red Lab. Is this free? I'm not sure. Looks way different from what I remember. This looks... well... I don't think there's anything we can really click on here. There's nothing we can sign up for or anything. It's all free, you get a certificate of completion at the end. You know what, I'll be taking a look at this on off stream, probably just to see what the heck this thing is all about. But let's go ahead and finish out today's look over at portswigger.com or portswigger.net. So Portswigger is the place to learn about web app security stuff. And let's do our little entry over here. So this is going to be Portswigger Academy, and that's going to be at https portswigger.net/websecurity. I think that's it anyways. Let me make sure that's the case. Okay, so this is where you learn web security stuff. They've got a bunch of different topics and labs that you can go through, and everything's free. The only problem is that you probably need to have Burp Suite Professional Edition to do some of these labs, which costs like $400 a year. I kick Henry. Why did I miss part 1? Oh yeah, well you can always check out the Wireshark part 1. That's going to be on the YouTube. So this is the link for the previous one that we did. I'll just leave it in the chat. There you go. Okay, so yeah, this is the place to learn about web app security stuff. They've got free labs, they've got articles and stuff you can read through. It's a really good time. And let's just talk a little bit more about this. So this is it's free, and cybersecurity topics covered. It's all web app hacking. And the target audience. The target audience is web app specialists. And as far as user-friendliness is concerned, it's pretty user-friendly. The only problem is that it likely assumes that you have access to some system with Burp Suite installed. So I would say it's relatively user-friendly. Area Graphics, hello, nice to see you here on YouTube, and welcome, welcome. Let's give you a Hack the Planet, and welcome on in.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so this is going to be a document in progress, so we're going to put a cap in it over here, but we've taken a look at a few different cybersecurity platforms and what they cover, and whether or not they're user-friendly or not. Hopefully we can cover a lot more, including some of the less-known ones, but we're just trying to get through a lot of cybersecurity education platforms that I like to use over here. But let's go ahead and put a pin on this topic. And if you're looking for this document, then you have unsaved changes. Why would I have unsaved changes? Commit the changes. There's an error in committing your changes. Hold on. Let me just copy all this. Just so... Hold on. Okay. Let me just copy all this so that nothing disappears. Commit the changes. Okay. How about I just reload the page? Aria Graphics says, can you test my site out? When you say test your site out, what do you mean? What kind of site is it? Okay, so I think Did we finish up our Portswigger one? Okay. So I think everything's everything should be good. Okay. It's a portfolio. I'm not I'm not sure. Why do you want us to test out your website? Okay, hack my VM, Volnix, Echo CTF, Portswigger Academy. Okay, good. Okay, so everything's saved. If you want to take a look at the stuff that we edited, it's this over here. All right, so let's so for the next hour or so, what we're going to do is we're going to be working on a little puzzle game that we've been doing a series on. You want to see how good the hosting is? Well, anybody in chat is. Are you okay with people in chat taking a look at your website? Because I don't know if I can do it myself, but some people in chat might want to take a look. Okay. Yeah, so what you can do is you can paste in the link, but you can remove the periods. If you remove the periods, you can post the link, but if the periods are there in the link, then it's not going to go through because it's going to be filtered out by YouTube. Just a second, I'm going to have a little sip of water. So yeah, I'm doing a little YouTube series on this puzzle game that we've been doing. It's called Baba Is You, and if you guys are okay with the Baba Is You content, let us know in the chat. If you're not okay with the Baba Is You content, also let us know in chat. I like to know if you all are okay with the stuff or not, because almost.org with the one instead of an L. Okay. Anybody in chat is free to take a look. Okay, let's go ahead and start up our game. Hold on. Can everybody hear the music? Because, let's see. The one is intentional. It should be. Let's see, this is going to be full screen. Okay, so I've been treating this game like it was a CTF challenge, and we've been doing some documentation on it. So we're doing walkthroughs, and we're talking about all the stuff that we learn in each one of these levels. So we're currently at this level over here, the Boiling River. And okay, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about this. Let me check to see if the game audio is actually going through. It looks like it's not. Wait. Can you hear the music? Huh, the music is going through. Hold on. Okay. I need to set it up through a different source. Okay, you should be it's not going through? Hold on. I'm gonna have to... Okay. Alright, you should be able to hear it now. Was able to hear it before. Okay, great. Anyways, we're gonna be doing this, I need to do a few more of these levels because I need to put out a YouTube video. Because you know what? let me show you something kind of funny. So these are the videos that I put out every day, and most of my videos, they get 41 views, they get 58 views, they get 92 views, they get 63 views. This one on Baba Is You got 700 views. So I think the people on YouTube are interested in taking a look at what this puzzle game is like when we take a look at when we take a look at it from the perspective of like hacking and like, you know, manipulating rules and stuff. So let's it's funny. Let's talk a little bit about this. Video game hacking more popular? Yeah, apparently. Okay, so let's see. So in this level, the key point is that we can set up the float rules, that they can be broken after we move beyond the ground obstacles. So what does this mean? Let's take a look at this level here. So this level's called Boiling River, and I really hope by playing this game I get everybody interested in it, because it's very easily one of my favorite puzzle games ever. I'm not a person who really likes puzzle games. It's kind of funny that I say that because because I do hacking and like cybersecurity challenges, which are kind of like little puzzles. But let's take a little look at this game. So it's a very small level, and we got a bunch of different rules that we have set up here. So the rules here are: skull is defeat and float, which means that if we run into the skulls, we are defeated, and they float, which means that if we're floating, then we can crash into them. We got ads running on Twitch. Okay, so when the ads run on Twitch, we have to run them on YouTube, and we gotta have to take a little ad break. But you know what? In the meantime, we can watch some birds. How about this bird? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. Stand and stretch time. Yep. Okay, so this is let's see, what's this bird? This is a varied thrush. So a varied thrush is a small, what is it? It's a robin-sized bird, and it's got this great little coloring on it. It's basically the color of like a peanut butter cup. It's like well, I guess you could call these Halloween colors as well. So it's like dark brown and orange. It's very nice. Let's see, Spoofer says, I need a community of yours so I can be part of it because you're already my mentor figure. Spoofer, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome to the stream. Let's go ahead and put the birds away. Let's start talking about this level. So if we run into the floating skulls, then we're defeated. The thing is that the only way we can interact with these is if we're also floating. So we're currently floating because this rule is in place. Baba Is You and float, which means that we can crash into the skulls because we're also floating. So the skulls are floating, we're floating. If we're not floating, then we have to deal with the river because we also have this rule right here. So water is water and hot. So the water can't be transformed, and it's also hot. And we can't change this rule either. Baba is melt. So if melt objects come into contact with hot objects, then the melt object is going to be destroyed. Ronin has got the Kali Archive signing key. What is the Kali Archive signing key? Let me know what that Kali. What does the Kali key do? Okay, so if we move into the water, we melt. Because we're melt, we can't change this rule. The water is hot, we can't change this rule either. So if we run into the water, then we're eliminated. So if we float, we can't get access to the flag because the skulls are in the way. But if we don't float, then the water gets in our way. So how can we get around this? This is what we're going to do. We're going to set up a rule. Baba and no. We're going to do... We can do... I think we can do water is float somehow, right? Hold on. So Baba is you. What we need to do is we need to get across the water. Ah, okay. This is what we're gonna do. Baba. We can't break up the U. we can't break up the U. Let's see. Baba is... Hold on, I solved this level. I'm gonna have to take a look at my notes. Just a second. Okay, so form the rule. Baba is melt and you. Form the rule. Baba is float horizontally. Oh, okay. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. Baba is melt. Baba is melt and you. So when we form this rule, then we can move these three text objects out. So we can form Baba is float like this. Oops. Like this. So now we float, so we can get around the river. But we can also move the rule across the river. And then we can break the rule after we cross the river, like this. So we're now no longer float. We're already past the river, and we can go below the skulls. And since we can go below the skulls, we can get access to the flag, and then we win. So I swear I've done these levels before, but this is what we write our notes for. Because when we write our notes, then we can reproduce the method of solve, right? So in this level, we have to set up the float rules so that they can be broken after we move beyond the ground obstacles, or vice versa. So first we form the rule Baba is melt and you, and then we take these three textiles and we set this up horizontally so that we can push it across the river. And then we get across the river by using the float. After we're past the river, then we break the rule Baba's float, which means that we can't interact with the skulls, which would normally defeat us. And then we touch the flag to win. Okay, let's move on to the next level. So this is gonna be bridges. Okay, so what's the key point in this level? It says becoming both float and non-float objects at the same time is always a good thing. Dagger RB says, do you know anything about competitive programming? I would say I'm the least competitive programmer out there. The stereotype is that hackers aren't good coders. There are certainly hackers that are good coders, but there's a stereotype that hackers only know enough coding to get by. I wouldn't say I know very much about competitive programming. I would like to become better at programming because it makes me better at writing up scripts to help me do CTF challenges and such. Stereotype, shaking my head, of course. I'm I'm always trying to get better, but it's tough because becoming a good coder takes a really long time. Let's go ahead and try to finish this next level. This is bridges. Okay, so what's going on here? So we got some rules. We got hedges stop, which means we can't move beyond the hedges. Water is sink, which means that if we enter the water and we're not a float object, then we'll be destroyed. We've got text is float, which means the text is all floating, which means it doesn't interact with stuff like the water. And we got rock is float, which means the rocks don't interact with the water either. What we want to do is we want to move this rule out over here. Actually, we want to either get access to the flag, which is not floating, or we want to move this text out and form some other rule that's win. So how do we do this? So in the previous level that was kind of like this, we became the rock, and then we could move the rocks around. So one thing we can do is we can move the text. Oh, actually, the text is float, so the text isn't going to be able to sink the water over here. Huh. But what we can do is we can use the rocks to move some text out. And, whoops. And the text we're going to move out is the is win text. So Dagger RB says, will you be a vibe coder if you learn programming with AI? You can learn to be a legitimate coder by learning coding with AI. It's just, you need to learn coding in the right way, and you can't use the AI as a crutch to write code that you don't understand. Because if you're writing code that you don't understand, then that's not a good thing. Okay, so we've pushed the is win text out, and what we're going to do is we're going to form a rule to win. And let's go ahead and form rock is win, because we are the rock. So rock is win, and rock is you. That means we win. Wait, no, hold on. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Okay, there we go. Luis Morez says, when is the next learning C stream? So the next learning C stream, we do them every Friday, and which means that the next one's going to be on Friday. Maurice Lures. Fallen Learn says, vibe coding is terrible for learning. Understanding the fundamentals, learn design, then you can cause half the code, then you can. Because half the code I've seen cursor generate in people's repos, I crush with exploits. Lots of deprecated functions. Yeah, I think, especially with C, C has a lot of vulnerable functions that can be taken advantage of. But yeah, vibe coding is terrible for learning, unless you already have like a good amount of experience in whatever language you're doing the vibe coding in. Because, well, I mean, in that case, if you already know the language, then you can spot the errors that the AI is producing, and basically speed up your workflow using the AI instead of having it do all the work. Anyways, let's move on to... Before we finish out this challenge, let's go ahead and take a look at the walkthrough. So the key points. Becoming both the float and non-float objects at the same time is always a good thing. So the first thing we do is we form the role rock is you, so we become both Baba and the rocks. Move the rocks so that one is directly on top of the other. Use the rocks to move the is win text to the left across the water, and then form the rule rock is win. Okay, let's go ahead and do the next level. The next level is Tiny Isle. Okay, so the key point in this level is going to be use the and text to extend rules. So let's go ahead and take a look at the level. So this is level 3. Okay, so this is very similar to another level that looks very much like this, only there's less to work with. So we've got some rules to work with here. So we've got some rules we can't modify. So this is water is stop and shut. So the water tiles impede our progress unless we're also the open object, in which case we can destroy the water tile and ourselves at the same time, like this. But we don't want to do this. What we want to do is we want to get access to the wind tile over here. And the first thing we need to do is we need to create a couple of objects to become. And we're going to become the key object. So we're going to move this rule into place. So flag is key, which means we're going to get 2 keys. So now that we have 2 keys, we can become the key by sliding this into place. So Baba as you becomes key as you, which means we can move the keys around. And what we're going to do is we're going to open up this water tile using the key, because key is you and open, but we've also got another key. What we're going to do now is we're going to form a win rule. And the win rule we're going to set up is this. So the rule is going to be Baba is open and win. So we were able to extend the number of tiles to get access to the win tile over here. And in this case we used and open to extend is over here, another couple of tiles. So we've set up this rule, Baba is open and win, which means that we are the key. If we move into Baba, then we win. Okay, let's talk about how we solve the level. So the key point in this level was to use the AND text to extend the rules. So we did form the rule flag is key to get an extra key object. Then we formed the rule key is you and open. So we became the key. There were 2 keys. We used one of the keys to open the water tile to the left of the win text. And then we used the and open to get access to the win tile. And then we added is Baba. So Baba is open and win. When we're acting as the key object, we can touch Baba to win. All right, let's move on to the next level. So only a couple more to do. This one's going to be dim signal. Okay, so the key point in this level is even if parts of rules are negated, any valid portions still apply. So even if some of the rules can't work, or they don't work, or they're negated, the rest of the rules are still going to apply as long as they're set up properly. So let's talk a little bit about this. So this is the dim signal level. Okay, so this looks very similar to another level that we did, where we had to use some robots to move some rules into place. And the thing is that we've got an extra space over here. Before we talk more about this, let's talk about the rules that are in place. So Baba is you, and we can't modify this, so we're always going to act as Baba. Flag is flag, which means the flag cannot be transformed. So even if we want to transform into something else, we can't. We've got pipe is stop, which means that we can't move past the pipes, they will always impede movement. And we've got bog is defeat. So us as the player, we can't cross the river over here, because if we try to, we get defeated. So what we need to do is we need to use the move objects to push some rules into place. So first of all, what we want to do is we want to create a couple of the same object. So I like robots, so I'm going to create an extra robot from this cog. So we're going to move this rule, cog is robot, and we're going to get an extra robot. And from here, we're going to move these robots into place. So we're going to do robot is push, and then we can move the robots around. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to set up a rule over here. So because we can only set up 2 rules at a time, we can set up 2 rules simultaneously. But before we set up 2 rules, we have to set up 3 different tiles over here. We're going to form the rule flag is rock and ice and win. It's a bit convoluted, but we'll discover what exactly is going on in just a bit. So we don't need this text over here, and what we need to do is we need to set up a little buffer. Actually, we do. Actually, we need the is. Hold on. Okay, so we don't need cog. We don't need the cog. We're just going to move this rule over here. So the thing is that the robot is going to push all of these tiles over to the right, and we want to make sure that there are enough buffers over here so that is going to fall into place in this spot. So we need cog, and we need to stop to occupy these tiles over here, and let's demonstrate how that's done. So we're going to set it up so the robots move now. So we're going to set up robot is move, and then we're going to wait. The robot is going to move the tiles into place, and we see here flag is rock, but the rule is negated because flag is flag, which means that flag cannot become something else. This is fine because we're going to see that even though this part of the rule is negated, if the other parts of the rule are legitimate, then those will apply. So what do we do from now on? We wait for the robots to come across the river again, and then we break the rule. And that means that we can push them into position again. So what we want to do is we want to push them into a position where they're going to form the rules with this and text at the same time, and we also want to make sure that we have enough time to move over top of the flag so that when the rule is established, then we're in a good position to win. So we're going to form the rule robot is move, which means the robots are going to start moving, and we make it to the flag in time so that when the robots form this rule, flag is rock and ice and win, then we'll win because we're already on top of the flag. So we win. Okay, let's talk a little bit about how we solved that level before we move on. So in this, this is a bit convoluted. We saw what we did previously, but even if parts of the rule are negated, any valid portions still apply. So set up the rule cog is robot to create 2 robots. We set up the horizontal sequence is cog stop in a row between the flag and the rock textiles on the right hand side of the map, and then we set up the rule robot is push. We push the robot into position to the left of the is cog stop tiles. We form the rule robot is move so the robot moves around, and we break the rule robot is move when the robot crosses the water and back onto the left hand side of the map. At that point, we've already set up the rule flag is rock, and then we break the rule robot is move. Then we push the 2 and tiles into positions beside the water in rows between rock and ice and rock and win. These tiles, text tiles on the right hand side of the map. And then we set up robot is push so we can push the robots beside these and tiles. And then we form the rule robot is move. And we move into a position very close to the flag so that when we move on top of the flag, the robots haven't set up the rule flag is rock and ice and win. And when they do, because we're standing on top of the flag, then we win. Okay, so we've only got a couple levels left. Let's go ahead and access the next one. Okay, this is the dungeon level. So this is another level where you wouldn't figure out how to solve the level unless you knew about these weird little rules. And the weird little rule in this case is, let's see, let me think about this. What is the weird little rule in this case? So Baba is you, Kiki, we also need to be Kiki, right. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. So there's Baba and Kiki here. We can take control of both of these at the same time. So we're gonna set up Kiki is you over here. So now we're moving both Baba and Kiki. What we need to do is we need to get into position above wall is stop. What we need to do in this level is we need to break up the rule wall is stop. And the way we do it is not intuitive at all. So we've got Baba and Kiki sandwiching the rule here. If we move up, then the wall tile overlaps with Baba. But this shouldn't normally be allowed, because Baba is usually an object that prevents the wall text from overlapping. I don't know why this is, but this works. It's weird, but it's one of these weird little rules and these weird little interactions that you have to learn to solve some of these advanced levels. So now that they're overlapping, if we move down, then the wall is stop rule is broken up, and we can win the level. The question is why? Why does this rule exist? Because by all logic it shouldn't. But anyways, I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth, so we're just gonna set up wall is win, and then we're gonna win. This rule is really weird, but this is what we have to do as hackers. We have to understand all the quirky little interactions between the rules and systems, because we have to take advantage of them. Okay, so before we finish this off, let's talk a little bit about how we solved the level. So this was the dungeon level. Okay, so the key point. This is a weird interaction. This is where text can overlap with a playable object if the playable object is unable to move due to a stop object or the edge of the map. And if we try to move this text object into the playable object, it's going to overlap. We should also note that text cannot overlap with other text tiles. So this is another rule in Baba is you. Text will never overlap with other text, because if it could, it would break the game. So how do we solve the level? So we form the rule Baba is you and Kiki is you simultaneously. Then we position Baba and Kiki to the top and bottom of the wall is stop rule. We move Kiki up, causing the wall text to overlap with Baba. We move down, breaking the wall is stop rule. Then we form the rule wall is win, and then we move into the wall to win. It still makes my brain hurt a little bit that this rule actually works, but it does work. So we need to keep this in mind, because we might be using this kind of rule to solve other levels in the future. Okay, let's do the last level in this area. So this is going to be the evaporating river level. Okay, so the key point in this level is we can overlap objects, then apply the sync rule to one of them to remove both objects. Forming the object is sync rule with text overlapping the object can let you destroy the object with one of the text tiles. So this might not make sense right now, but when we enter the level, it'll make a lot more sense. Okay, so this is the evaporating river level. Okay, so we've got a bunch of rules. We should probably review the rules before we move on. So wall is stop. This means that we can't move beyond this wall over here. This is, well, okay, we got two walls. We've got water is hot, which means if we run into the water and we're a melt object, then we will melt. And I think we are not melt, but this cog is push and melt. So the cog can't be pushed across the water, otherwise it'll melt. We've got water is sink, which means if we went into the water, we will sink, which is something we don't want. We've got Baba as you, and I don't think we can change this because it's squished up against the wall. What we want to do is we want to set up the rule flag is win by pushing this text tile over to the left and forming the rule flag is win. But we need to set that up, and this is how we're going to do it. The other big rule here is that skull is defeat. So we can't actually move into the skulls, otherwise we are going to be destroyed. So how do we solve the level? First of all, we're going to break the rule water is sink. So we can actually move past the water now, because it's no longer sink. What we want to do is we want to move the cog. We want to move the cog beyond the river, over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to set this up. Whoops. We're going to set up the rule water is sink, but we're going to put the water text tile on top of the water tile, object tile, which means that both of these things are going to be destroyed. So when we establish the rule, then the water is destroyed, but water is also not sink anymore. It doesn't really matter that much, but this allows us to move the cog out. So what we're going to do is we're going to move this cog into this position over here, because what we want to do is we want to destroy the cog and the skull at the same time, which lets us push the flag tile into position. So how do we do this? We're going to set up the rule cog is sink. So when we set this rule up, then both the cog and the skull is going to be destroyed. And from here, we can establish the rule flag is win, and then touch the flag to win. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what we did in this level to solve it. Okay, we got ads on Twitch and YouTube, so you can go ahead and have an ad on YouTube, and let's go ahead and put some birds on. How about this bird? Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. Just have to have a little sip of water. Modder says, hey Cheyenne, I forget what the name of this game is. I would like to play it. This is Baba Is You. So let me type it in the chat. And if you're ever wanted to try this out yourself, just to figure out if it's a game that you like, there's kind of a stripped down version that you can access on the web. Let's see if I can find it. Baba Is You online. It's over here. So this isn't the free, this isn't the paid version of the game, but it is a version you can take a look at just to figure out if it's the type of game that you like. Of course, there's no music, but you can play it and get a feeling for the game and see if it's something that you like. Luis Moraes asks, did you buy it on Steam? Yeah, this is the Steam version of Baba Is You. I really like the game, and I guess if I didn't really like the game, I wouldn't be doing content on it on my stream and putting on YouTube and stuff. But let's go ahead and do the summary for this level, and then we can finish up with this portion of the stream. Okay, so the key point in this level is when we can overlap objects, then apply the sync rule to one of them to remove both objects. And forming the object as sync rule with text overlapping the object can let you destroy the object with one of the text tiles. So to solve the level, first we need to break the rule water is sink. Then form the rule water is sink horizontally such that the water text is overlapping a water tile when formed, destroying the water object and the water text. Move the cog into position directly to the right of the flag text, overlapping the skull. Form the rule cog is sink, destroying both the cog and the skull. Form the rule, flag is win, and then touch the flag to win. Motor says, is this the only programming game you know of? I wouldn't say this is a programming game, but it does have some very programmer-like concepts. If you're talking about programming games, there are a few different ones that that I've taken a look at. Let me see if I can bring a couple of them up. So there's Billion Humans game. So 7 billion humans. This is a game about doing some assembly. It's like assembly language stuff. And let's see if I can get the Steam page. So 7 billion humans. What you do is you make little programming loops, and using the programming loops, you achieve whatever they want to do in the level. Let's see if we can get a good part. Yeah, so you've got control over all these little guys, and you can set up a bunch of conditions. So commands, instructions, and conditions, and you can use these commands to solve the levels. I'm not explaining it very well. Let me see if I can find some gameplay. Jeez. I thought assembly doesn't have... No. There are loops in assembly. You can jump. So you can jump from to different instructions and from different instructions. And that's how you do loops. Oh, jeez. But anyway, 7 billion humans is one. I think the other one is called Human Resource Machine. It's from the same developer. Human Resource Machine. So this is basically the first version of the other game that we were talking about. But in this game, you basically use assembly language to form all these little rules. And when you form the rules, you can only output the things that you want in each one of these levels. It's a very cute game. Mathy Devs asks, "Hello, are you a hacker man?" It's a hacker. Well, I'm a hacker. I'm a hacker frog, and I'm a hat. So I guess you could call me a hacker hat. Let's give you go to hack. So this is me, the hat.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
You
Have a great day.
Okay, so yeah, there are a bunch of different little there are a lot of like assembly language games where you use assembly language to do some stuff. Human Resource Machine and 7 Billion Humans are pretty good games. I might talk about these games in the future. But anyways, let's finish up with today's gaming content, and then we'll move on to the last challenge we're doing today. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright, so what are we doing now? We're doing some EchoCTF. So EchoCTF is another cybersecurity education platform. Let's see. Mathy Devs says, "Show me your hacking." Mathy Devs, show me your development. Anyways, Mathy Devs, what do you develop? Are you a web developer, or do you do a lot of coding? Entropic Universe. Hello, nice to see you here. Anyways, so okay, so we're going to be doing some EchoCTF challenges over here. So EchoCTF is another cybersecurity education platform where you have to access their network by using a VPN key. So I think I've got my VPN key. Hold on. I'm just going to leave a link for everybody to take a look at, just in case you want to take a look. Matthew Dev says, "I don't develop anything. Study security." Oh, okay. Awesome. Yeah, so how long have you been studying security? And what kind of stuff have you done so far? Because I'm here to help people get into security, and especially beginners, because beginners usually don't know where to look as far as where to start. And yeah, tell me what kind of technical stuff you've done so far. Maybe I can help you out. Started last week, maybe. I mean, there's nothing wrong with starting last week. Everybody's got to start sometime. But yeah, let's go ahead and let me get my key. So for this particular website, you have to download an OpenVPN key. So I'm just going to download that right now. So I got my echoctf.openvpn key, and let's go ahead and do our, oh, you know, we don't have any music anymore. Let's keep on playing some music. Okay. But yeah, there's nothing wrong with being a new person. It's completely fine. Matthew Does says, I've been procrastinating since 2022, but I really started again last week after... Ah, okay. I'm trying to start dominating Linux and networking first. So yeah, there are a few different resources you can use for learning networking and for learning Linux. We've been talking about cybersecurity education platforms previously in today's stream, and I recommend the PicoCTF platform. So PicoCTF is a great place to start learning about cybersecurity, and thank you very much for following VT7. So this is the website, PicoCTF. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. Are you talking about... Oh, well, hope you're not talking about some heavy subjects. But yeah. Mental health is very important, and you can't neglect it when you're well, no matter what, really. But I've got a playlist for PicoCTF challenges, and you know what? If you want to challenge yourself, you can try doing the challenges yourself before taking a look at the walkthroughs. But there are links to each one of the challenges in the videos. So just go ahead and take a look at that playlist. It starts off with a lot of easy Linux challenges, but eventually they become more and more advanced. If you think you've already done this stuff, you could try solving the challenges without looking at the video, but go ahead and check out the links anyways, because the links also have the challenge URLs inside there. But what were we doing? We wanted to log into echoctf. So let's go ahead and do that. Let me get rid of some of these files. We got a lot of stuff, so let's get rid of these PDFs. Okay, that's a lot better. So what do we need to do? We're going to use echoctf, OpenVPN, sudo OpenVPN, echoctf. Okay. Matthew Dev says, is that CTF about IT? That's cool. Let's see. PicoCTF, it's not about IT, it's about cybersecurity stuff. But they also have a lot of stuff that's just about Linux as well. So that's probably a good place to start. And it also gets you used to using the PicoCTF platform, which is a very nice and user-friendly platform for learning about CTF topics and like Linux and stuff. Okay, so we're connected to the network now. And so these are challenges that I've never seen before, so I'm not necessarily going to be able to finish these challenges. We're going to try. The network we're looking at is going to be the HackMex network. After you've accessed the network, where is the HackMex network? Here it is. So after you've accessed the network, you're going to want to... Matthew Dev says, I've never heard about PicoCTF. So PicoCTF is a very... Well, actually, it's a very well-known website. It's aimed at teaching high schoolers and like middle schoolers But don't let that put you off, because some of the challenges are very, very difficult. It's not just for, like beginners. If you're a beginner, it's actually pretty good. But there's a lot of advanced challenges there as well. Okay. We were doing Echo CTF, right? Here we go. Okay, so this is the network. We've got a bunch of challenges here that we can access. Let's go ahead and take a look. So I find that even the easy challenges at Echo CTF can be a little bit difficult for me. I guess I'm not enough of a hacker yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to order the challenges by number of completions, and we're going to try to see if we can solve some of these easier ones. Everybody needs a start, that's true. Modder says, I've set up my studying schedule to be 1 hour Portswigger, 2 hours C and Python learning, 1 hour CTF. Am I setting up correctly, or is it too much at once? It really depends on how well you've set up your schedule. Because are you studying this full time? Or are you doing this on top of other obligations? Are you doing like a part-time job on top of this, a full-time job on top of this? Are you a full-time student? Are you doing this full-time? Everything. Well, you need to make sure that everything is being addressed. VTY says, why are all the targets 000? It's because they're not active right now. This would be with a part-time job. Okay. So, let's see. 2 hours C. Is this a week? This is a daily schedule, right? So the daily schedule is part-time job on top of 4 hours of study. I think it doesn't look bad. But when you're talking about CTF, are you which platform are you doing CTF on? Matthew Dev says, I'm studying 4 hours per day between Linux and networking. 4 hours per day between Linux and networking. I think after a while, after you've got a good handle on Linux, I think you might want to shift from Linux over to Python, because learning basic Python is also a pretty essential skill as far as like technical roles in cybersecurity are concerned. Modder says, studying on days off. Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good schedule. Okay, let's choose one of these challenges and start. How about we do, which one is going to be good? Let's just do the first one. So the first one is called Destroyer CMS. We can click into the challenge. And what does it say over here? So this is an intermediate level challenge. It's rootable and it's timed. There's going to be 4 flags. There's 2 system flags. There's 1 environment flag and 1 root flag. And there are 2 services. Okay, we're going to start up the challenge. Matthew Dev says, I already have some Python skills. Okay, that's great. Yeah, one thing that you could try that could be fun is using Python scripts to solve challenges, or figuring out how you can automate the process. It's a good challenge for your... Okay, so let's go ahead and power up the machine. So we just need to click on the cog over here. We're going to power up the target. And then it says once it's booted, everybody will be able to access it. Sure, fine. You can make an account yourself over at Echo CTF. It's free. And all you need to do is you should probably have your own Kali Linux VM. And you should be able to use OpenVPN to VPN into other private networks. But it's not a very, very tall ask unless you're not very good with technology, in which case we can teach you how to deploy your own Kali Linux machine on my YouTube channel as well. Oh, okay. Kali Linux HackerFrogs. That doesn't get me the video either. Hold on, let me go ahead and look in my own videos. Okay, let's search inside my channel for Kali Linux. Okay, so yeah, so if anybody is here and they don't know how to deploy VirtualBox and Kali Linux, then you can take a look at this video here. Let's see, VTY says, wonder why they do OpenVPN, not Chasm Kali instance or something. I think Kali instances are much, I mean, I actually haven't done them before, so I'm not really familiar with the technology. But I should probably check that out. Let me do a quick search. Oh, this is a Docker. Is this like a Kali Linux Docker image? Huh. I've actually never really heard of this before. I'll have to do some research a little bit later. Okay, so this machine should be up now. Okay, we got this IP address here. Let's go ahead and copy it. And let's do a scan. So, So let's go ahead and make a bunch of tabs. Nmap scanning. Let's go ahead and make this funky colors, because we like funky colors. So we're going to nmap scan this box. It's going to take a while, because it's not on our network. Okay, so we've got port 80, and we have port 22. I think these are all of the ports that we're going to be encountering, because it specified on the page that there are 2 services. So those 2 services probably port 22 and port 80. Matthew says there are a lot of CTFs in Pico. So Pico CTF has got a few hundred different challenges, but you don't have to do them all, or you certainly don't have to do them all at once. You can do them one at a time. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff there. Conrado Fix, hello, nice to see you here. And you know what we haven't done in a while? We haven't done one of these. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we know that there's port 80, so we probably don't need to scan this anymore. And what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit of web enumeration. So we're just going to make a little tab. We're going to call it web enumeration. And we're going to give it a funky color. How about green? Okay, so I've got a sneaking suspicion that there's some sort of WordPress on this box, because it's called Destroyer CMS. And CMS stands for Content Management System. And the most famous content management system is WordPress. So we're just going to throw dirb at the website and see if we get anything. This could take a while. The other thing that we need to do is we need to check this out manually, and we're just going to access this with our web browser. Okay, so looks like we got some sort of get simple CMS. So this is not get simple CMS. This is not going to be WordPress, but it's another type of content management system. So what do we need to do? Well, we probably shouldn't be attacking using a directory busting attack. We're just going to stop that, and we're going to search and see if there's any known hacks for this content management system. What's it called again? Get simple. Get simple. Okay, so it looks like there are a lot of different known hacks for this CMS. In order to figure out which one of these hacks we want to use, we need to figure out which version number this the CMS is using. So we need to do a little bit of investigation. Can we get a version number from this page? Oh, you know what? We have a domain here. Okay, so if we have a domain, we should probably add the domain to our etc host file. Let me copy the link, and let's go ahead and add this to our etc host file. So sudo nano etc hosts. So this one is going to be destroyercms.echocityf.com. So let's go ahead and add this domain, and we need to get the IP address. So just a second. Okay. Okay, so we might get some extra content if we add this domain to our list before we access it. So we're just going to save this out to etc host file, and then we're going to access the page like this. Okay, so this is much better. So this is essentially the same page we were looking at before, but it's actually formatted properly. And if we can figure out the version number for Get Simple CMS, then we can figure out which hack to use. So yeah, we should take a look at the source, VTY7. You're correct. So we're just going to take a look and see if we can find a version number. There also might be a robots.txt file now that we take a look at the source code. Don't see a version number. You can add your username if you want analytics. Theme credits. So what is the version of this CMS currently? Should probably look that up. The other thing we need to do is we need to check out robots.txt. Mathy Dev says, which category of PicoCTF do you recommend me in specifically? I think Friendly Creative Seal says this is timed. This is timed. I'm not really paying too much attention to the time limit or trying to, like get a really good time. I'm just trying to have a good time. Okay, Matthew Dev says, which category of PicoCTF? I think you should start with some general. Start with some easy general category stuff. You know what I actually recommend? I recommend you do it in the order of whatever's in the YouTube list. So YouTube. So where's my YouTube playlist? Yeah, so just do whatever is in whatever the order is in the playlist. If you think you can solve the challenge without taking a look at the walkthrough video, then try solving it without the walkthrough video first. Okay, where are we here? We need to take a look at robots.txt. Ah, okay, there's an admin page. So robots.txt is a file that can be included on websites to let search engine robots know where they aren't supposed to look. And in this case, it tells us exactly where we're supposed to look. Let's see. Next challenge is to hack the NTP server and drift it back before before submitting the flags. We can make it go back in time, of course. That sounds like a very good thing to do. So the admin endpoint is here, hopefully. Okay, the connection is not secure. Logins here could be compromised. You don't say. So we got a forgot your password function. What else is going on in this page? So sometimes. Okay, so it looks like. I wonder if the login page is vulnerable to SQL injection or something. We've also have the resetpassword.php page. Okay, so let's do a simple SQL bypass. Okay, so that didn't work. How about admin admin? Oh, they used default credentials. Okay, we managed to get into the into this CMS with the admin account because they didn't change their default credentials. Classic, of course. What can we do from here? So we probably want to do some malicious file upload. And man, you know, the classics never die. We got uploaded files, we got themes, we got backups, we got plugins. So let me take a look at the settings. Sometimes there are some secrets hidden in these settings. We got admin, we got an email address, we have a display name, new password, confirm password. Username equals username, password equals password. That's the way you want to do it. Let's see, user profile. Let's see if we can upload some files. So let's try uploading, I don't know, let's make some sort of test file. So echo, we have file upload into test.txt. And we'll try uploading this just to confirm that we have file upload capability. Okay, we got ads running on YouTube. Sorry, we got ads running on Twitch, so we run them on YouTube as well. Enjoy the birds. Here you go. And we'll be back in about a minute. While the ads run, stay tuned. So this is free me from the prison. Well, they'll be over pretty soon. But this is pretty classic. So you got a CMS that's being used. You compromise the CMS, you get access to it, and then you can do malicious file upload and then get access to the server. It's pretty typical. But anyways, let's go ahead and get back to the hacking. VTY says, how do ads use Hey Google and not trigger thousands of devices? Is there a subaudible pitch that signals ignore? Maybe. You know what? You know what we need to do? We need to figure out the version number. So now that we're logged in, we get the version number over here. So it's 3316. Let's go ahead and copy this and figure out if there's a known hack. So 3316, it's here. Oh wow, there's an RCE. Nothing better than using somebody else's hack to get us called script kiddies. Okay. All right. Let's try using this this script then, because we're script kiddies. Let's see. What do we do? So search exploit mirror, and then we do this script right here. Okay. So the only reason we're trying this out is because we've identified the version number. So it's 3.3.16, and that matches up with this right here. Okay, let's take a look at the script. So this is Python. we've got... when was this published? So this was published in 2023, so this is probably a Python 3 script. And it's pretty fancy because we've got colors. If we've got colors, we know it's a fancy script. What do we need? Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Let's see, get version, sure. We need to... Do we need to provide credentials? We should probably figure out how to use the script by running it first. So we're just going to try running it. I should probably rename the script as well because I hate typing in these numbers. They want to make sure that the CVE numbers were there. Yup, apparently. Let's rename this thing. So rename this thing. We're just going to call it cms.py. So we're going to Python cms.py. And it doesn't tell us how to use it. It says invalid escape sequence. Oh. Are we using some fancy telnetlib? Why are you using these non-standard libraries in your hacker script? No. The reason why it doesn't work is because we don't have this this module, and I'm gonna have to create a Python virtual environment for this. Hold on, let me get the instructions. Okay, so Python venv my env, and then virtual env my env, and then go into the directory, source bin activate. Okay, so we can just, so from here we're now in a Python virtual environment, and we can start messing around with Python and not have to worry about messing up our native Python module dependencies and stuff. DJ Mesh, hello! DJ Mesh, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream, and have a Nyan Cat. There you go. Okay, so let's import, what was the thing called? Telenetlib. Telenetlib? No. What was it? Pip install telenetlib. Could not find a version that satisfies their requirements. Telenetlib. How do we... Wait. So this is called... Oh, did I misspell this? Hold on. Telnetlib. It's not telenetlib. Okay. Still doesn't work. Telnetlib. Oh, man. Okay, let me look this up real quick. Python telnetlib. This module is no longer part of the Python standard library. It was removed after being deprecated. Ah, okay. So I guess we might have to do this. Telnetlib 3. Okay, that worked. It's using telnet to connect to a specific port? I don't think it is. Well, hold on. I should probably take a closer look at the script. Okay, so it looks like we'll upload a some sort of web shell or reverse shell. We set some cookies, We use an API key. We get a version number. Where is the telnet lib used? We upload a shell, it's PHP, of course. We set some cookies. Okay. Zursa or Xursa, let us know how you pronounce that name. What are you trying to do right now? I just joined the stream. So we discovered a CMS program that was being, or a CMS app that's being run on a website. And this is part of a challenge over at EchoCTF. So the challenge is called Destroyer CMS, and what we're trying to do is we're trying to get access to the underlying web server. We discovered that there's this website, this CMS application being run on the web application. Luis Morez asks, the C programming course from Codecademy is free? The individual courses are free. I think there's some sort of package that you can pay for, but the individual courses like the pointers course and the functions course and the all those other courses, the individual components should be free. Zursa is the correct one. Okay, thank you. But yeah, we got access to the administrator account on this website because they didn't change their default passwords, and we found out the specific version of the software. After we did that, we searched for a known hack for this version of the software, and we found a Python script that is supposed to do the job. So we're just trying to figure out how to run the script, and if we successfully run the script, we should be able to get remote code access, remote code execution on the web server. So let's try running the script. No module named requests. We don't have a module named requests? I thought that was standard. Darn it. No module named telnetlib. grep telnet cms dot. Okay, yeah, sure, we should do that. Cat. So does it actually use this library or not? You know what? Okay. This is what we're gonna do. Let's get rid of this stuff over here. I don't care about these colors. Please don't. I don't care about these colors. Don't come at me with these colors. Actually, wait. Is this actually? Is this a Python 2 script? Because if this is a Python 2 script, it kind of explains some stuff. This isn't a Python 2 script, because we're using F strings. Yeah, it's got to be a Python 3 script. If it was a Python 2 script, it would kind of make sense that there's a bunch of deprecated modules and stuff. So let's get rid of this banner. I don't care about the banner. Let's get rid of the banner. Let's get rid of telnetlib. Let's get rid of the function call that that prints the banners. Let's get rid of all that. Okay, hopefully this works without all that stuff. Search pip for telnetlib3. Let's not use telnetlib3. That's the better solution. Okay. Okay, so let's see. We actually get the usage here. So Python and then target path IP port username. Okay. So invalid escape sequence. Oh, okay. So there's still references to escape sequences. Wait, when we say escape sequence, we're not talking about like colors anymore, right? Hopefully not. So Python cms.py, and what do we need? Target path. So the target is going to be, what is the IP address? This is the IP address. Okay, the path is going to be admin slash admin, right? Matthew Dev says, security since when? 2020. So I started learning about security stuff at the beginning of the pandemic because it was a good time to study, I guess. And yeah, I came from absolute zero. I knew zero about programming. I knew zero about computer networking. I knew zero about Linux. And yeah, now I'm here. There you go. Okay, so admin is the path. And what do we need? IP port? I wish there was an example, because that would help me a lot. Hold on. Let's go back. What was this called again? Get simple? This is the thing we're looking at right now. Let's see. Do you have any certifications? Yeah, I've got an EJPT. I did OSCP training. I did not pass the OSCP exam. What else? I've got half a year of web app pen tester experience, and I guess those are my certifications. Okay, let's go ahead and take a look at the unaltered script. How did I get the web app pen testing experience, if you don't mind asking? Yeah, I did it by social networking. So I became very involved in the local cybersecurity scene. I met all the people. I did a lot of volunteer work. I gave some presentations. I did some workshops. I ran some workshops for the organization, and then they recommended me to a friend of theirs who was doing hiring for their web app pen testing consultancy agency. Okay, so let's see. Target path admin. Target path admin. Index.php. Target path. What's the difference between target and path? This is so weird. Let's see. Matthew Dev asks, do you actually have a job in the security area? I used to. I used to have a job in the security area. I don't work in as a pen tester anymore. Okay, so let's see. Target is going to be the IP address. path is going to be the path to the application. I guess it's just slash. The IP and the port. Why? Oh, I guess target would be the domain. Matthew Dev says, "Why did I quit? I quit because I wanted to do education, and I didn't want to do report writing. Also, I felt like I needed to upgrade my skills, so I decided to get out and upgrade my skills, and then try to do education stuff, because that's what I'm actually very passionate about. Education. I run some free classes. I run some classes that I get paid for, of course, and that's what I do at the beginning of these live streams. I do a little class that I get paid for, and I also run it on the live stream, which is nice. If not for the IP, it could be the one for the etc. host name that I found. I'm great at it. Thanks. If you like my teaching style, then I appreciate it. So I like teaching. Yeah, I did teaching for quite a few years. I used to teach over in East Asia. I was like in Japan and China and South Korea. It was a good time. It was a good time. So yeah, I have a background in teaching. Okay, so the target is going to be, what is the domain? So the domain is this thing right here, right? I don't know why I'm doing this, because I should be able to just upload whatever I want. I guess I'm doing this for fun. I'm just trying to figure out if I can get it done or not. Let's see, you like the cartoon stream layout? Yeah, well, I like to make it a little bit easier to... a little more inviting, I guess you could call it. So path is going to be this. IP port is going to be, I guess that IP and the port, well, it's 80, right? And the username is going to be admin. Oh, print red. I need to get rid of all the references to these colors. What's Echo CTF? Shooter McGav, hello, nice to see you here. And Maroon, thank you very much for the gift sub. Shooter McGav on YouTube asks, what is Echo CTF? Echo CTF is a cybersecurity education platform where you can do CTF exercises. So if you're interested in taking a look, this is the link over here. And yeah, you can make an account over there, and then you can start doing the challenges after you log into their private network. AA Rune, thank you very much for redeeming Hack the Planet, because that is what we do. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the gifted sub one more time. Let's give you a special redeem. How about all the things? Drink all the booze and hack all the things. So if you don't know that song, this is All the Things from Dual Core. If you look up All the Things and Hacker and Rap, I guess you'll find the video on YouTube. It's a very nice little rap song. Dual Core, yeah. Shooter McGav asks, how does it compare to Hack the Box or other platforms? So I would say that Echo CTF is a little bit similar to... It's a little bit similar to Hack the Box. You basically have to log into their private network and then access the challenges from there. And the challenges are shared machines. It's kind of similar, but it's a bit smaller than Hack the Box, because Hack the Box is absolutely gargantuan at this point. But let's go ahead and do some debugging on the script. Let's see. So it looks like we don't want to print red because we can't print red. This is line 23. Ah, okay. Don't print these funky colors, please. Are there any other references to colors in here? I don't think so. Okay, I think we're good. Let's see, Matthew Dev says, why echo CTF instead of tryhackme? Also, why is my tryhackme profile deleted? Well, wait, where is it deleted? I don't think it is. Are you trolling me? Someone hacked my tryhackme. I don't think so. This is, I mean, I've got a few different accounts over at tryhackme. It's a trap, of course, of course. Let's see. Have you tried the game Greyhack? Yeah, I've tried Greyhack before. I think it's pretty cool. But the thing about all of these hacking games where you're hacking on a terminal and you're doing like fictitious hacking is that I'd rather be doing real hacking. Well, I mean, I'd rather be using the actual programs as opposed to the gamified ones, is what I'm trying to say. When I try to access your profile by the Twitch link, it says that the profile isn't correct. So let's see. Let me see if I can get my... Hold on, let me log out. Let's log in as our real account. Okay, so this is us. Let's see, view profile. What are we doing? Oh, get profile badge ID. Let's see. I mean, I don't even know what link I'm supposed to be using anymore. Greyhack, yeah, Greyhack is pretty well. Let's see. I think we can link. No, I've got links over here. Shared room badges. Where's my link? Anyways, I think we can take a look at this on... Hold on. Let me see if I can look at this profile. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Yeah, this should be the link right here. Anyways, let's get back to the thing. Well, I mean, it says it worked, but what is it? How do we actually get remote code execution out of this? Okay, so we should probably take a look and see what the web shell actually is. So, Turd Ferguson, hello, nice to see you here. I saw your name show up while I was teaching the kids, and I was trying not to say Turd Ferguson instead of in front of all the in front of all the HackerFrog youth students. But not that, you know, I guess it wouldn't have been all that bad, but no worries, Mr. Ferguson. We'll just call you Mr. Ferguson while the classes are going on. Anyways, we need to figure out what's in the web shell. So what does it write? So it writes something called shell.php. So shell.php, what are the contents of shell.php? So IP port is this supposed to be like a reverse? Is this a reverse shell? I guess we need to... Okay. IP port... Oh, okay, I get it. So in this, the IPN port is supposed to be my IPN port. Okay. So... I don't even know why I'm doing this. I have like upload access to the application already. Like I should be able to upload my own thing. Let's see. Matthew Devs, do you recommend doing hacking CTFs, even studying Linux and networks for now? You can do everything at once. So you can study Linux, you can study networks, you can try some easy level CTFs. It's not going to get in the way. I don't think it'll help you if you feel like you have to learn like a bunch of stuff before you can start hacking. You can start hacking right now, and then you can try to understand how the hack works after the fact. Okay, so let's see. So it's going to be IPN port. I need to get my IP address. So my IP address on the network is this. Okay. That means we're going to have to set up a reverse shell listener. We're going to do RL wrap with netcat to set up a reverse shell listener, and then we can use the web shell to get shell access to the web server. So we're going to use the known hack over here, the hacking script. And what happened here? Invalid escape sequence. Should I do it like this? We get ads. Let's go ahead and run some ads on YouTube. And let's see. Mathy devs. We'll talk about your script kiddie fears when we come back from the break. But let's go ahead and put on some birds. All right, these birds. Okay, so enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Enjoy the music. I'm just gonna have a little water break. Okay, let's go ahead and we'll put the birds away, and then we will get back to the hacking. Matthew Dev says that's cute. He can't. You know, he could. I'm pretty sure that the bird could eat the peanut, but didn't want to for some reason. He just wanted to shake it around. Anyways, so Matthew Dev says. The problem is I'm scared of getting confused and turning into a script kiddie. So everybody starts as a script kiddie. Nobody starts as a person who writes the scripts. Everybody starts as a person who uses the scripts. That's fine. You just have to eventually not be a person who uses the scripts. Because well, the other thing is that using the script that's already there is very nice and convenient, and writing your own script takes a lot of time and effort. But eventually, you'll know enough to be able to read the script and at least know what it's doing, and that's at least one step closer to not being a script kiddie. Yaya Orok says, "Hey man, this is the first time, and I like what you're doing. Keep it up. Big like and subscribe, new fan. Thank you." But yeah, everybody's here to learn continuously, and don't beat yourself up for being a beginner, because we're all beginners. We're all on our way to not being beginners. That would be nice. Shake it, shake the nut around. Yeah, sure, why not? Let's see. All right, we need to figure out what's going on. It's given us some sort of syntax error, invalid escape sequence, and this is line number 19. We should probably take a look at that. Let's line 19. So it says that this is an unescaped sequence. What can we do about this? RA search. Can we... What happens if we do this? Does this break it? You know, there's only one way to find out. Target path. Oh, I think the path is going to be this. Right? It's not vulnerable to the CVE. That's weird. Matthew Dev says, I understand. That's all practice, and your ethics about what you're doing is to yourself. Wasn't your command just missing the slash? So let me go back and put back what I took out in the script just now. So what we took out in the script was this, and okay, so now it works, but we still got this weird warning. Let's see if we got access. Okay, we actually got shell access. So we're now the www data user, and that means we get to become Scary Hacker Voice Man. So let's go ahead and call Scary Hacker Voice Man. They like to talk about what happened to get us shell access on a server. Let's call them out.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we compromise a server, and we just compromised this one. Well, Mr. Oh, what is this box even called? A Destroyer CMS Administrator. It looks like you made a big mistake. Using default credentials and vulnerable versions of CMS applications? Shame on you. Well, we decided to use a well-known hack for this version of Get Simple CMS, and then we got shell access. Maybe you knew about these vulnerabilities in your system, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Okay, what do we got? Let's see. Hope for implicit privileges using SU. I think that's my neighbor. Sound like my grams. Does your grandma sound like a Scary Hacker Voice Man? Maybe you should. Maybe she should get her lungs checked out. Anyways, let's figure out which version of Python is running on here. So there's Python. We can use Python to upgrade our shell slightly. So we're going to use this Python command, import pty.spawn a bin bash shell. Okay, so from here, Psych says, didn't know Shyhat had a talent to be a scary hacker. Well, okay, I call in Scary Hacker Voice Man to do his thing when we break into the servers. I'm not Scary Hacker Voice Man. Okay, what do we got? So we got our robots.txt, we got our plugins, we got our admin. We should probably hunt for some flags. So I'm pretty sure there's going to be a flag in the etc password file. Yeah, there's a flag here. So let's submit this flag. Okay, where are we? Echo CTF, submit a flag. Okay, there are 4 flags. There's 2 system flags, an environment, and a root flag. Okay, I think there's one more flag we gotta search for. Where should we look for this flag? No, I'm not. I'm not Scary Hacker Voice, man. Why would I be? Oh, there's sitemap.xml. This is something that I've only heard about. Sometimes there's a file called sitemap.xml on a website that lets you know some extra information about the site. But there's actually not very much interesting stuff here. Let's move into the home directory. So there's an etsctf user. I guess we can move. Oh, hold on. Let's go ahead and change up our music. Neem says, "Are you still locked in?" I'm trying to stay locked in. Let's play some different music over here. This is from Dungeon of the Endless. It's another great sci-fi game. Let's see. Mathis is going. Okay, going to sleep because it's late. Thank you, Rich, for the hacker tutorials and coaching. Good night, and I hope to see you streaming again. You know what? Let's give you one last hack the planet, and hope to see you again soon.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so let's move into this directory, etsctf. And there's probably a flag in here somewhere. Probably. So if we cat everything in the directory... Nope, can't do it like that. Okay, let's cat bash logout. Let's cat bash rc. Nope. Let's do... Oh, there's a .ssh. cd.ssh. Okay, so there's authorized keys, but that doesn't help us too much. Yeah. So the other thing we can do is... Yeah, there's a 0 size. Okay, there's an environment flag. There's exactly an environment flag. Okay, let's go ahead and submit this flag. Okay, submit another flag. Oh, you're talking about the mentor? The mentor manifesto, Aaron? I've heard of it. I've heard of it, and I know it was published in what is it called? Was it 2600 magazine? Is that the name of the magazine? I'm not completely sure. Okay, so we don't have the password for the www data user, so we can't necessarily get the sudo permissions. So 2600, yes, awesome. So what we can do is let's try finding some SUID binaries. So SUID binaries are binaries that run with the permission of the owner, and the owner, in most of the cases for these SUID binaries, is going to be the root user. So if we can take advantage of any of these SUID binaries, we could get root access. Turd Ferguson says, what's the other environment variable that is a flag hash? That looks suspicious. You mean this one? Environment flag hash. So, interesting. I am one ant. Just subscribed on YouTube. Thank you very much. Let's give you a fun video redeem. How about a Nyan Cat? Haven't done that in a while. I'm one ant. It says, I didn't know that there were people streaming CTF challenges. Yeah, there are actually a lot of people doing streaming CTF challenges. But you can find most of them over at this website over here called infosecstreams.com. It looks like there are 2 people doing InfoSec stuff right now, me and Mr. Hetanis. Hetanis is another great InfoSec streamer as well. And let me go ahead and do a shout out for Hetanis, just for fun. There you go. But yeah, usually the people who are online and doing InfoSec content, cybersecurity content, you're going to find them on this website over here. What are we doing? Okay, so what we need to do is we need to find out if there are any of these SUID binaries that are unusual. So this is a good use of AI because it's hard to know exactly which one of these SUID binaries is going to be legitimate. There are a lot of legitimate SUID binaries, but what I like to do is I like to run it past the AI to see if I can identify any unusual ones. Where's my AI? Let's pull it up. What is it called again? DeepSeek. Okay, so are any of these SUID binaries unusual? We paste in the list, and then we have it scan it. Okay, so the SUID binaries are mostly standard and expected. Well, if there was any unusual ones, you'd tell me, right? Potentially unusual or risky ones. So we can check this one out, the DD. It's a legitimate tool for low-level disk operations, but it's unusual to have the SUID bit set. In this case, what we can do is check whether or not this is vulnerable by checking a certain website. Yui Hirasawa Waifu. Yui Hirasawa Waifu. Wow! Thank you very much for the follow on Twitch. And I don't know if I have anything that's appropriate for that. How about this one?
Is this a hacking?
So anytime you're typing on the terminal, you're doing a hacking. Did you know? Okay, let's check to see if the DD binary is actually vulnerable by checking with GTFO bins. So GTFO bins is a place where you can check for privilege escalation vectors with various Linux and Unix binaries. And in this case, we can just search for DD, and it looks like we have a winner. So it says that if the binary has the SUID bit set, it does not drop privileges and may be abused to access the file system, escalate, or maintain privileged access as a SUID backdoor. If it is used to run sh-p, omit the p arguments on systems like Debian, etc. Ping google.com and lets me see all the users in the world. That makes a lot of sense. Okay, so what are we doing? Echo data. Is this... Is this... No, this isn't... This looks like privileged file read. Oh, this is file write. File write? Okay, so echo data... L file is going to be file to write. So file to write, what can we do with this? I'm one at says, as a sophomore in high school, Linux user, and first-year cybersecurity student, I think I will enjoy tuning into streams like this. Learning is fun. Learning sure is fun. Like Macklemore at the beach popping shells. Well, it's what we try to do. It's what we try to do. So we can write whatever we want. We can write whatever we want as... It looks like we can do privileged file write. what can we do with this? It doesn't look like we can. It doesn't look like we can do. We can just run a root shell with this privilege escalation. So if we can write a file, I guess. What would we write? File to write. File to write. Could we... Oh, maybe we can write to the password file. So if we can write to the etc password file, then we could create... Hold on. Hold on. So Jared Ferguson says, Cat, your DD, the part backend that etc is in, okay? Edit the root password and then DD it back. Yeah, I think we could probably... So normally the etc password file is not writable, but since we have file write, we could potentially create a another root user. So basically a shadow root user, and then we could log in as that root user, right? So let's take a look at the password file. Okay, so maybe replacing authorized keys may help you get SSH as root. I think I'm gonna try this technique over here. So the technique is called, let's see, writable password file privilege escalation. So privilege escalation. Hold on. There's a certain blog article I used to take a look at. What was it? Hacking articles. Okay. So editing the etc password file for privilege escalation. So we have to understand what is going on. So if we're able to edit the etc password file, we could create a new user with all of the what's it? The effective user ID of the root user, and then we can become that user because we already have their password. And how are we going to do that? I haven't done this in a while. I've done this on other systems. I should probably look up how to do that. We need to create a password for the new user because we need to stick that in the password file. So open SSL password and then whatever it's going to be. So open SSL password, and let's make this HackerFrog because we got to stay on brand. Oh, we can't make this more than 8 characters. Okay, so let's do open SSL password and frog hack. Okay, so this is what we're going to be putting into the etc password file. Let's see, T1000 Leet says if your password file is writable, use OpenSSL and give root a password of password, but it needs to be salted, or rather hashed. So we're going to make another user with root privileges. We're not necessarily overwriting the root user's password. It's a bit sneakier than just overwriting the root user's password. But yeah, we need to use this password here. let me save that somewhere. Okay. And what's the next step? The next step is to do what? The one indicates that the generated password is the MD5 hash format. Now use this salted password for this user, and using the echo command to put the password in etc password. Wait, so we're just going to stick we're just gonna stick this extra entry in there by using echo? Okay, sure, why not? All right, let me go ahead and start grabbing some of this. Let's see, copy to clipboard. Okay, so we're not going to, our user's not going to be named Artie. Instead, we're going to call it HackerFrog. And then we get the password. So the password is, what is it again? OpenSSL. You know, this is weird, because when we did the command, we didn't get this particular output. I'm hacking. I'm trying to hack. I'm trying to be hacking. That's what I'm trying to do. Looks like... Yeah, why does it look weird? The output I have looks legit. Well... You know what? I need to... Let me look in my notes, because I've done this before, but I did this on a different machine. I need to look at the notes. The great thing about keeping notes is that you can refer to them when you don't know what the heck you're doing. Let's see. So, I guess something I can search for would be OpenSSL. Okay, yeah, I've got some notes I did for another machine. Okay, so let's read my notes. Let's see. T1000 Elite says, I did a CTF 2 days ago like this one, and I had fun with this part. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. So when you say CTF, do you mean like a live CTF competition? Or do you mean like a platform, or like, you know, like Hack the Box or something? So let's see. So OpenSSL password, and then we put something into etc password. So this would be the etc. This would be... why does it look like this? Oh, that was try hack me. Okay. Why does this look... My notes... I don't like my notes. Hold on. Let me see if I can locate another thing. Okay, I've got another challenge where I was, where I did the same thing, I think. Okay, so, in this case, we created a user called root2. Right. So, OpenSSL, password. Okay, so I think this is the correct... This is going to be the correct format here. Let me... So HackerFrog, we can get rid of all this stuff here, and then put in this password. Okay. And we need to create a file that looks like this. And we're going to create the file by using, what is the binary called? DD, right? Okay. So we got SUID, LF file to write, echo data, and then echo data, then pipe it into DD, and then LF file. Echo data. But the thing is this is I don't know if this is gonna work if because we're piping, right? This is piping. We pipe OF equals L file. So L file is going to be file to write. And we want to append. But the problem with if we do it like this is going to overwrite. We should probably do some experimentation, right? Okay, so let's do some experimentation over here. So we're just going to move into the temp directory. So in the temp directory, let's make a file called original content, and we're going to put it into test.txt. Oh, we got more ads. Okay, okay. Everybody, we're playing some ads. How about here are some birds. Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. Just have to have a little water break. See you in about 60 seconds. Oh man, this guy's such a little bully. So whenever the Stellar Jay shows up, all the other birds have to fly away because it is bigger than the other birds. Okay, let's get back to the hack in action. So we're just gonna figure out how the DD SUID binary interacts with these files over here. So we got test.txt. What are we supposed to do with the SUID over here? So the L file is going to be the file to write, and in this case we're going to define it as temp test.txt. Temp test.txt. And then let's go ahead and write some stuff to with DD. So echo modified content to DDOFL file. Oh, it shouldn't be DD, it should be like this. Permission denied. Permission denied. Why? Oh. There's no write permissions on this. Well, it shouldn't need write permissions. So what is the contents? So it still has the original content right now. What we're supposed to do is echo data or whatever, dd, and dd is supposed to work with which dd. Okay, we should probably reference the dd file. So this is bin dd. Okay, so bin dd. It still says permission denied. This is an SUID binary, right? Yeah, it says that this is an SUID binary. There might be more than one. There might be more than one DD. Well, I mean, we got bin DD. We should probably echo the path. Just echo. Funny. Echo the path. So the path is going to be user local sbin, user local bin, user sbin, user bin, sbin, and then bin. So bin is the very last directory in the path. So we need to figure out if there's any other DD binaries, because that would get in the way, right? So find name DD. We only found one. So why isn't this behaving in the way that we expect it to? So the L file would be the file to write, but we can't. I don't know. The only thing I can think of is that we need to move into that actual directory, and I don't think that's the case. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. Sick in the mind. We're just trying to figure out how to get this privesc working, because it looks like we have an SUID binary in the DD binary here. SUID binary with DD, but I'm not able to get it to work. Brain hurt. Maybe. To interact with an existing SUID binary, skip the first command and run the program using its original path. Right. I have 2 echoes on the last command. So, so here's the thing. There's something weird with the terminal here. It just kind of randomly outputs extra output, but the commands are going through normally. Yeah, it's a terminal bug, yeah. So we just need to figure out how to get this thing to work as an SUID binary. Because apparently the entry over at GTFO Benz isn't quite working. I mean, I guess I could look in other places and see if there's something else going on in the system. But I thought this would. I thought this would be it. We could look for. Oh, you know what? I think this machine is expiring pretty soon. Oh no! We still have 34 minutes. Let's see. Turd Ferguson says set L file to a new name and see what UID and perms the new file gets. I'd refresh just in case. I don't think you can refresh You can't refresh on Echo CTF, unfortunately. Okay, so let's set the L file to... What is it? Okay, so the L file is going to be... Let's just make it a new file. We'll call it test2.txt. Wait, where's the echo? Hold on. Echo L file equals temp test2.txt. Okay. And then... Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had any luck getting the timers to refresh on Echo CTF. Anyways, let's do the command. The command is going to be modified content into /bin/dd ofl file. Okay, so that worked. We were able to echo modified content into that file. Let's figure out... So this wrote a file as root. So this is working. Oh, you meant the echoing. Oh, yeah. I mean, what am I using right now? I'm using a netcat shell with RL wrap. I mean, the weird drift isn't really bothering me very much. So, STTY, right? Okay, so we did manage to create a file as root. So we can't, the problem is we can't overwrite any files. What I really wanted to do was overwrite a file. Yeah, so we can't do the password, I don't think we can do the password takeover. We're gonna have to find another method. Entropic Universe, you have to do redeem. So exclamation point redeem and then space and then I'm root. That's the way the redeems work. But thank you very much for the sentiment. Okay, so what can we do if we can write as root?
What are you?
I'm system root.
So wait, run the echo again with the new content. Run the echo again with the new content. What do you... Okay, so we... Oh, okay. Maybe it will work. Because it just doesn't work if the file is owned by somebody that's not root. So let's take a look at the contents of... Okay, so it does overwrite. You can, let's see if you can overwrite a file that's already there that root owns. So we can overwrite password. So we can use the password takeover. Let me confirm. Var www HTML. I think root owns a couple of files in here. No, root does not own a couple of files in here. What are some files that root owns that are safe to overwrite? So entrypoint.sh. I don't know if it's safe to overwrite that though. We got our docker env direct. Well, no, this is a docker env file. Etc. hostname, probably. Yeah, that might work. Yeah, okay. Well, actually, You know what? I think we're okay. I think we know that we can overwrite roots files. I think we can go on and try to do the overwriting etc. hostname is inconsequential. Okay, you've convinced me. Let's go ahead and try overwriting it then. So let's see. So lfile is going to be. Why does it have? Yeah, this is a weird drift. So lfile is going to be, what is it? Etc. hostname? What is going on? Okay. So this is etc. hostname, and then we're going to overwrite it by doing this command. Okay, then cat etc. hostname. Okay, wait, what? It didn't work? We set the L file to echo L file, etc. hostname. And then we tried to modify the L file and put in modified to. It says it copied over, but if we take a look at etc. hostname, it still has the original content. You echoed it, but it didn't set. Oh. Wait. L file equals something. The variable wasn't changed. Okay, so hold on. Echo. This is still set to temp2 dot. Okay, okay. OVH Germany. Hello, nice to see you here. Sorry I didn't notice you here. You can try to append a line to the password with a matching UID 0. Exactly, right? Okay. Let's see. You were reading cat etc. hostname instead of L file. Okay, so L file. So echo. So it should be. Hold on. Need to do a sanity check. So L file equals. Oh, okay. We don't echo it. We don't echo it. We just do L file equals something. I'm getting tired. L file equals etc. hostname. Okay. And then we do echo something into dd host file. L file, rather. Okay, and then cat etc. hostname. Okay, it works, it works, it works. Time to go. Yeah. I'll go to sleep after I finish this challenge. There we go. Thank you, thank you. Don't echo the assignment. Actually, run it. Yeah. Sorry, I was falling asleep, apparently. Okay, so what do we do from here? So here's the thing. Can we actually echo out? So I want to preserve the majority of the file. The problem is I don't think we can use dd to append. I want to append to this file, and I don't want to completely overwrite it. But can I do that? I can? Okay. Let me... Actually, I can't look at the manual. So dd dash help echo something cat something something new line here. Oh, really? Okay, so what was it? Let me take a look. Let me do a little bit of testing. Let's see. Echo n. I should back this up if I'm going to be fooling around with that. Okay, so let's not do this on etc password first. Let's just do it on temp test2. Oh, sorry, we need to pipe that into hackers never sleep, of course. Why would they? Wait, don't I have a test? Oh, it's test2.txt. Let's see, test2.txt. That didn't... You need to set L file. Set L file as temp test2. Set coffee, coffee and computers. Yeah, I mean, I've been sipping on some tea. Maybe I should get some stronger tea. Maybe I should get the stronger tea. You need to set L file equals to temp test2. So L file, whoops, L file, temp test2.txt. It's an nested command inside the echo output. So it would be echo n and then pipe this into bin dd of equals, wait, what was the command? The command is of equals L file. Invalid option O. Wait, wasn't this the way it was going before? OF equal... Oh, okay. There's no dash. There's no dash. Okay, so let's take a look and see if we appended or not. Test2.txt. Oh, I think it deleted. So the original content was modified too, but this overwrote. en on the echo. And maybe another new line at the end. Another new line at the end of this. Cat. I'm learning new stuff. Listen, I'm learning new stuff, which means I'm having a good time, right? So test2.txt. Okay, we got a new line. We got, well, it looks like it's still overwriting. Append the contents of test2, then append a literal new line. Append the contents, test2. Okay, so we got... To be honest, maybe just DDIF. What is IF? It's not running the command. So I am not familiar with using the DD command. It's not really something but we can do all sorts of experiments. You need to make an input file. You need to make an input file. All we're making is the new line over here. Need to stage a file. Stage a file. It put a literal cat TMP. Wait, did it? Hold on. Well, I mean, here's the thing. All of my output looks a bit screwy right now, because I'm not using a proper terminal. It ignored the nested command. I don't know if it did. XXD. Let's take a look at the literal bytes. So the only thing that's in this file is the new line. This cat whatever didn't actually get put in. Okay. Sorry. Let me take a look at your comment. OVH Germany. Okay. So cat temp test2 into L file, and then test2.txt into L file. Append to L file, then echo new line into L file. Okay, let me try that out. So cat tmp test2.txt append into L file. Permission denied. So the reason why it's denied is because I can't. This is owned by root, so I can't append anything to it. So I'm using DD, and DD can interact with root-owned files. You have to stage a password file in TMP. So stage the password file in TMP. Well, and use cat temp password, and then pipe it into bin DD. So the thing is that I get permission denied if I run DD on files that are not owned by root. I don't think I can chmod or chown a file to give it permissions, to give it root ownership. Or is it, what was it? Chown root test.txt? Yeah, changing ownership of test.txt operation not permitted. So I'm catting it. I'm catting it, and then I'm going to pipe it into blobtext. Okay, let me see if this works. So cat etc password. I need to stage the password file. Okay. So cat etc password, and then redirect that cat into password, because I'm in the I don't think, is this gonna work? Because this file is going to be owned by data, by www data, because we can't overwrite, we can't use the dd command on anything that's not owned by root. We're not modifying this with the SUID. So this has everything that's in the regular password file. We're using it as a stage for the blob for standard in. Okay, well, let me I'll try it your way. We'll see what's going on. So we're cat the password into temp password, sure. And then we do cat temp password into bin dd L file. So we need to set the L file. So L file equals well, let's do temp password, right? Or wait, we should probably do temp test2.txt, right? And then we do sed something 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 into temp password. Okay. So we got test2.txt. And we got password here. So what we would do is cat temp password into pipe into bin dd oaf equals L file. Okay, and then we take a look at the contents of temp test2.txt. Okay. So we managed to... Does this append? I guess what we need to do... Yeah, this isn't append, but that's fine. We can just put whatever contents we want into the... we can put whatever contents we want into the staged one, right? So the staged one is this thing right here. And we want to put in our extra user. So the extra user is this. So we're just going to copy this command over. And we're going to put it in temp password. Okay, and when we take a look at the password file in here, we got the HackerFrog user in here with the password. Sure. And we got ads. All right, you get your ads. Let's go ahead and put on some birds. Here you go, buddy. Have fun with those peanuts. All right. We're getting closer. It's really cute watching these birds play around with the peanuts. Imagine not being sub couldn't be me. Okay. Alright, let's go ahead and put the birds away. I love these guys. Okay, so we've got our staged password file here. Great. And let's see if we can get this thing done. So the L file is going to be etc password. Okay, and then we do this command. So cat temp password, and then we pipe it into bin dd L file, and L file is set as etc password. So when we run this, then we cat etc password, and we've included our HackerFrog user with the root user's access. So we're going to switch users to HackerFrog, and the password is froghack. Why could we see that as we put in that password? That's weird. But now we're root. And who am I? We're root. Yay! Alright, that means we can do this.
I'm system root.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Sick in the Mind, for letting us know about how to create some stuff to overwrite that etc. password file. It's because I don't have a full terminal. Yeah, okay. So it's because I'm using a wonky terminal. That's why I was able to see my password as I was typing it. Okay. All right. So what do we do? So we can move into the root directory and get a flag. There's the flag. Okay, we can submit this, and I think there's one more flag that we can get. In the etc. shadow file. So cat etc. shadow, and here's another flag. This is the last flag for the exercise, I'm pretty sure. Part is pretty easy to get around. Just got to spin up a simple Python PTY. I've already used a Python PTY. I could use the STTY technique to get my fully fledged terminal, but I usually don't unless I think I'm going to spend a really long time on the box. Okay, submit that flag, and it should be done. Boom, headshot. And I did that in like an hour and a bit? Hold on, gotta switch my music up. Okay, it's time for some FTL. Sick of the Mind says it's just kind of beat into my head. Requirement for credit on OSCP. Oh, are you talking about the fully fledged terminal, or are you talking about something else? So OSCP is oh, you really need to have the fully fledged terminal, huh? Anyways, it kicked me out. I got kicked out of the server after I submitted my last flag. Okay, but yeah, it's all done. Great. I did that in 105 minutes, so just under 2 hours. You require a fully interactive terminal, not a raw terminal for OSCP. I don't remember that requirement, but I mean, it sounds like something they'd do. They gave me the boot, yeah, so after I got the root access, they booted me out. But yeah, that was pretty fun. I wonder how far we can get in the next machine before we have to call it a day, because I think I can do another 30 or 40 minutes. We managed to do one machine. Let's try another one. Let's take a look at the other targets on the network. Okay, so the next target's going to be... So we're going to order this by ease of pwn. Cat cabbage. I wonder what this thing's all about. So it's got the next highest level of pwns. Let's take a look at what's going on. Psyched, thank you very much for lurking. No worries about lurking. We appreciate all the lurkers. Smoosh Kid, hello, nice to see you here. Sorry if I missed your message earlier, because, man, chat's been going crazy today. OVH Germany says, instead of truncating the file, have DD open it in append mode, like DD if something something test 2. Oh, really? Huh. I mean, like I said, I don't really use the DD binary very much, so I'm not too sure how it works. So I'm just kind of doing whatever people tell me to do. Sick the Mind says, from the exam guide, the valid way to provide the contents of the proof files is an interactive shell on the target machine with the type or cat command from the original location. Obtaining the contents of the proof files in any other way will result in 0 points for the target. This includes any type of web-based shell. Oh, so they want a terminal. They don't necessarily specify that it needs to be a fully fledged terminal. It could be like a netcat shell. It's just that they don't accept web-based shells, right? I'm not sure. It has to be fully interactive. I mean, how would you prove that? I mean, it could look like a fully fledged shell, but it might be like a netcat shell, right? Because you can if you upgrade with like a Python pseudo terminal, then it's gonna look like a fully interactive shell. That's why it's proctored. Oh, okay. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, so we got cat cabbage over here. Let's go ahead and try this one out. So we're gonna power up the target. And let's see how it goes. Powered up, let's take a look at the IP address. So the IP address is this thing right here. Okay, so we're back to our Nmap scanning. Let's do an Nmap scan of this thing. So I got port 22, port 80. It's a classic combo. It says there are 2 services. I think we can stop. We can stop Nmap scanning because we discovered the 2 services. It's very unlikely that there's some sort of vulnerability in OpenSSH. It's possible, but it's not super likely. The likely vector for getting in is probably going to be something on the web page. So we should probably do some manual enumeration of the web page first. So let's see. This thing. This is another CMS. What? Oh, wait. Let's see. We had OVH Germany. Are you still here? Anyways, let's see. Black Cat CMS maintenance, huh? So settings, website, footer. Okay, so we should probably look up Black Cat CMS to see if this thing is vulnerable too. Because sometimes it is. So search the thing, Black Cat. Ah, okay. We've got some vulnerabilities. So we got arbitrary, we just need to figure out what version of Black Cat CMS we're dealing with. Then we can figure out if we can use any of these known hacks. So the first thing we need to do is figure out what version of the software is being used. Well, okay, we've got, we have a domain here as well. So catcabbage.ecocityf.com. So we should probably add this to our etc host file. Let's go ahead and do that. Okay, so this is our current target. And we need to get the IP address again. This is the IP address. Okay, save that out. And then let's access the actual site from its intended domain. This looks a lot. Okay. This is not. This is a JavaScript file, so that's why it looks so messy. All right, let's just access the landing page. Okay, so this is the legitimate page, and so this is all the same stuff. We probably need to take a look at the image, because there are a couple of pictures on this page, and I want to figure out if there's anything hiding in there. I don't know if this is the type of challenge where they're going to have, some steganography stuff, but it's possible. So let's take a look at it. Templates, Mojito, CSS blank, images, something. Okay, let's save this out. Copy the link. wget the thing. Okay, and in that case we would use exif tool on. So there's nothing, well, there's nothing in the exif tool output. How about strings? How about we do strings on this thing? Nothing super interesting shouting out at us. How about we do zstag? So there's nothing here. Well, nothing we can find with zstag anyways. Alright, that's fine. We still have to find out what version of Black Cat CMS is running. We could also do some other research on this particular CMS. It says a cat that eats cabbage. A cat that eats cabbage. Come see our unique cat that likes to eat cabbage. Come on in, have a bite. So the word cabbage might be a reference to like a URL parameter or something. Let me just do a little bit of research about Black Cat CMS. Okay, we got Black Cat CMS. We've got some RCE over here as well. Okay. So this is probably, I don't know if this is up to date. This hasn't been updated in quite a while. What is the current version though? So the current version is 1.4. Oh, wow. That was a long time ago. Let's take a look at our list over here. Okay, so the latest version is 1.4, but 1.4 has an RCE vulnerability. So let's go ahead and read this text document. Okay, so let's read it and figure out how we can do RCE. So what does this look like? So this is an RCE vulnerability. It uses PHP, okay. So this was found 2 years ago? Wait, how old is this machine? Because if this was found 2 years ago, this might not be the intended path. Let me check the challenge. It's been 4 years. It's been 4 years. Let's see. Actually, I think this machine was published like 2 years ago. This was published 2 years ago, I'm pretty sure. I need to check. Let me check. Because we don't want to, take advantage of any vulnerabilities that are not intended. Okay, so let's see. The network is called HackMex. Here? Right, okay. So HackMex 2024 CTF qualifiers and finals. So the machine's probably no older than 2023. So if that's the case, then it could be that the machine took advantage of a very recently discovered RCE vulnerability, probably published weeks after the CVE was. Okay. I'm going to say that this is legitimate. Like, this is a potentially legitimate way to go. And it says the steps to do the POC is to log into the account as admin. I mean, getting admin account access in itself should be sufficient to be able to do something like this. I don't know. Okay, so we got upload backend admin tools. So where's the admin login page? So we need to figure out where the admin login page is for the application. So maybe robots.txt. Oh, we do have a robots.txt. Fun. Post WebKit. So we got sitemaps, and we got sitemaps.xml. Let's see. Disallow kit2 config framework log file. And account. I guess the login is probably going to be at the account endpoint, right? That's my guess. So cabbage cat. What was it? Account. Okay, so this is index.php. Where's the admin endpoint going to be? Is it just going to be at admin? Or is it going to be at something else? It's in German? I mean, what is the usually all the directory names are still going to be in English, even if it's a foreign language deployment of the application. Most of the time, anyways. Black Hat CMS 1.4. Well, maybe we should do some directory busting. Okay. If we're doing directory busting, let's do some Ferrix Buster. Ferrix Buster might be overkill, but I don't know. Let's go ahead and do some Ferrix Buster. So it's cabbage cat something something. Cabbage cat echo city f.com. Okay, let's just do depth 1. We'll use the standard word lists. It's all fuzzing. It's all fuzzing. Let's see, HTML, PHP, TXT, zip. I think we can rule out zip. Cannot target. Oh, okay. This is the reason. HackRoller is a quick 2-second fuzzer for the basics. I've never heard of it. I've never heard of HackRoller. Okay, so we got config.php. I don't think we're going to see anything if we go there, though. Yeah, it doesn't output anything. Let's see, what else? Just spits out the results. HackRoller. Is it installed by default on Kali Linux? No, but we can install it. I'll hold off. I'll just use some old methods for right now. Let's see. So there's no admin endpoint. You know what? We could probably just search for this on the official site, and we can probably get... So our forum is in German, but English-speaking visitors are welcome. Okay, great. This GitHub repository is the place to go. Let's see. I don't know if we can actually get the directory structure by looking at this GitHub here. Oh, maybe we can. Account backend framework include install languages, media modules, search templates, index.php. So is index.php the login? The upload directory? Yeah, it does seem kind of weird. So install backend. There's going to be an backend index.php. Let's test that out. You know what? Maybe we can take a look at the sitemap.xml file. The connection was reset, but why? Index.php is the default render page for a given directory. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Was it the double? Was it the double? I had a double. Oh, I did have a double. That's a good eye. That's a good eye. So I don't know if this is actually going to return anything. Oh, there's a double in here. Yeah, that's weird. But it might be because it's trying to escape something. Did my box die? Maybe. Target, well, I mean, it says the target's still online. It might be because I'm fuzzing and it doesn't like it doesn't like the traffic. Maybe if I shut down my fuzzer, I'll start getting some results. Okay, let's go back. Okay, there's no such web page. Let's see. So let's go to the back end. Oh, okay. This is the login page. A technical cookie. What do you mean by technical cookie? I mean, sure, if you want us to. So admin. Is it that easy? No, it's not admin. So admin password? Or are we going to need to... Forgotten my details? Okay, so there's a forgotten thing.php. We need to send it to an email address. Okay, so I should probably... Does it require authentication? I think it does. It says log into account as admin. That implies that we need admin access. Modish, hey, have a great day, Modish. And why don't we give you a fun redeem to play you out? How about Hack the Planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, have yourself a good night, Modish. We'll see you next time. So yeah, we need to have access, and you know what? Maybe we can look up the Black Hat CMS credentials. Okay, so So it says, well, I mean, there's a demo over here. Let's take a look at this. Sure, give me all the cookies. Okay, we got a. Well, I mean, I see a password here. I don't know if this is a hard-coded password or not. I can check it. I can try it. Okay. Let's go back. Whoops. We're going to here. Admin and this password. Nope. Oh, you have not allowed a technical cookie. Okay, so let's check that off. Nope, still not good. Invalid credentials. And that's probably something for that particular open source CMS.com demo explicitly. Probably. I just wanted to check it just in case it was legitimate. How about we do a... Well, I mean, I don't think this is vulnerable to SQL injection. But, you know what? Just in case, we should probably check. Nope, not this. Admin password. I think I've tried it already, but... Admin. Oh, wait, cabbage? How about cabbage? Because this is, I talked about cabbage. You have attempted to log in too many times. Excessive invalid login. So there's a brute force mitigation policy in here. So try to delete the cookies of your browser and reset your password. Contact your personal administrator. Okay, so let's go back. So this isn't going to work. So admin cabbage. It's going to tell us excessive whatever. Yeah. Okay, we got ads again. Let's go ahead and put on the birds. How about... So I just wanted to take a look at this woodpecker again. Where are we? Here? Come on in, buddy. Let's see. Cypher says, can you break the post and leak the backend? Break the post and leak the backend? Maybe? I'll give that a try. I'm just going to have a little bit of water first. Okay, we'll be back in about 40 seconds. Cypher Enigma says something like, what was it? Changing the checkbox to something other than a boolean. Changing the checkbox to something other than boolean. It would probably cause the application to send a bunch of error messages. But yeah, we can check it out. All right. So there's the forgot my details stuff over here. So what would we do? We would go over to inspect. And where is the button that talks about technical cookies? I don't think this is I don't think this is the intended way, because I don't think they would have it in this level of CTF, but I'm not completely sure. But you know what I was thinking? Well, I was gonna consider like a brute force attack, but we can't do a brute force attack since there's brute force protections in place. So I'm not too sure. Watch it be in some stupid comment. Maybe. Well, I mean that inspires me to go back to the. I don't think it's site shut down for maintenance. Website footer. We do have quite a few of those robot entries, that's true. We didn't investigate most of them. So backend, I don't think, well, I mean, config.php, probably not. Yeah, this isn't going to show us anything. So maybe I definitely think that the cabbage thing over here, a unique cat that likes to eat cabbage, come in and have a bite. I think this is talking about some sort of URL parameter. So if it's a URL parameter, it's probably on... Oh no, I accidentally clicked off of the challenge. Let's go back. So it would definitely be on the index.php page for the landing page. So index.php. So it'd be what? Cabbage equals who am I? Okay, that wasn't it. Oh, guess it couldn't be that easy. Okay, let's take a look back at the robots.txt. So there's a temp, there's a modules, there's an include. Let's check out temp first. There's a temp, there's a module. Wait, wasn't there a module? Modules with an S. There was a modules. There was an include. Yeah, include. That just redirects back. Framework. This all redirects back to the landing page. Account backend. Account. Just so I can remind myself. So account goes to the same place, and backend also goes to the same place. Actually, backend goes to the login page. So I'm just going to make sure that there's no comment or something in this page. It doesn't look like it. Let's see. Cat admin URL, cat theme URL, cat URL. Okay. Alright, so what else was in robots? We've checked out all of these, but we haven't checked out these ones. They might have something. Kit2 config framework log file. Config framework log file. Second in Mind says, you mean there's no index.phps in there and they just have 404 redirects to O? O? The GitHub is basically going to have a sitemap for this. Probably. So this doesn't exist. What were the other two endpoints? So kit config framework and log file. So I guess, well, I mean, we should probably just check to see if this, yeah, so this doesn't exist. So the sitemap, I'm pretty sure the sitemap.xml didn't work, but, you know, we could check one more time. Yeah, not found. There's an account login PHP and there's a backend login PHP. Yeah, I think that's what the GitHub says. Where's that GitHub? Here? No. Where'd I put the dang thing? Let's see. Black Cat, CMS, GitHub. There's also an account signup.php. Account signup.php. Let me check it out. It redirected me back under upload. Upload. So this, yeah. So it doesn't look like uploads is included in here. Upload folder is basically drag and drop for the directories. Ah, okay. Where are we? So upload, account, backend, framework, include, install, languages, media, modules. So there's an HT access. HT access, well, I mean, we probably wouldn't be able to access that, but, you know, why not? Why not? HT, so that wasn't found. HT access, index.php, robots.txt. So what's in... Okay, so this is the same thing. This is the exact same thing as what we're looking at. Apache usually 403s any dot files. So I wonder if forgot.php, forgot form, login.php, login form.php references .php. There's a sign up. HT access would be on the server as .ht access. Let me check it one more time. Ah, okay, this is forbidden. Okay, so this is actually nice because we can get a good layout of what the web application should be like by taking a look at this stuff. But the question is, where would credentials be stored? So that was the account directory. The backend directory, we got index.php. We shouldn't be able to access any of the stuff in this directory. So if we go over to admin tools, for example. So admin tools, backend admin tools, index.php, we shouldn't be able to access it. Shouldn't is, yeah, that's doing a lot of work. Okay, so upload backend, no, backend admin tools. Backend Okay. So this is asking me to log in. If I just go over here, it asks me to log in. And if I go to here, it asks me to log in. Okay, what can I do with this? We need to figure out what the vulnerable... Can we access this tool.php? Let's... Okay, so what was it? Backend, admin tools, tool.php. So it's still asking me to log in. So I guess not that easy. Preferences, let's see, Ajax, backend preferences. It's kind of a long shot. I don't think we're gonna have any good results looking at this, but preferences. Yeah, they're always asking us to log in here. What's in backend settings? Settings.js. Forgotten your details, bottom left. So this is going to ask us to send an email. And that's probably going to need to log in. This is just a regular login page. This asks for an email. Well, I mean, we don't have access to that email. There's some names on the main page you could use. Are there? Were there names? Don't think. Well, I mean, I don't think this this German here is going to work. Is going to help us out too much either. It probably just says the same message. So translate selection to English. Sorry, the site is unavailable due to maintenance. Okay. Were there other known hacks? So there's stored XSS. This isn't going to help us out very much. The page about a cat, what was on the CT, or... Oh, yeah, I was talking about cabbage, right? On the CTF page, it talks about the unique cat that likes to eat cabbage. Okay. Well, all right. We've been we've been doing a lot of hacking today. Jeez, my streams are getting longer and longer. I've been on for like 5.5 hours already, but it's been fun, and we should probably find somebody to raid out to. Let's go ahead and take a look at Twitch. Actually, the first thing we go to is we go to InfoSec streams. Okay, looks like I'm the only person on InfoSec streams who's streaming right now. Let's take a quick look over at Twitch. Yeah, last man standing. I could get a cookie with stored XSS. Could. What do we have online? It looks like Quantum Apprentice is online, and I think we've rated Quantum Apprentice before. Science and technology is thriving on channels. Science and technology, let me check. Science and technology. There's Computer Booter, there's Moo Hoodies, there is... Let's see. We got some people who are doing some electronic stuff over here, and that looks interesting. If anybody has a recommendation for who to raid, let us know as well. Oh, we got somebody coding in JavaScript over here. Yeah, okay. Maybe this could be fun. Do y'all like JavaScript? Let's check out what they're doing. And they might not have started yet. Starting in 8 minutes. Okay, let's okay. Maybe we'll give Ben Codes a raid, because, you know, web development stuff. We were doing web stuff today, and when we arrive on that channel, if you could give this message, I would really appreciate it. So it's OS Frog hip hop hack OS Frog, just like this. And let's go ahead and start the raid. So this channel is called Ben Codes. Oh, that's an invalid name. Raid Ben Codes. Okay. Alright, so everybody, we're going to be back on Friday. We're going to be doing more hacking stuff and more digital forensics. If that is your thing, then you definitely want to show up on Friday at the same time. We're going to be hacking and hippity-hopping and hacking and all that great stuff. Before we go, let's do one last Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, everybody, have fun with Ben Codes, and we will see you next time.